pulled, but the great big turnip wouldn't come up. So the dog called to the cat to help. I'm pulling and pulling with all my might, but the great big turnip is stuck in tight. So the cat grabbed hold of the dog grabbed hold of the daughter grabbed hold of the mother grabbed hold of the farmer grabbed hold of the turnip. And they pulled and they pulled and they pulled, but the great big turnip wouldn't come up. So the cat called to the mouse to help. I'm pulling and pulling with all my might, but the great big turnip is stuck in tight. And there's the little mouse. When the mouse came running to help, the animals looked at the tiny mouse and said, "He can't help, he's much too little." "Sure I can," said the mouse. "I'm not too little. I could pull that turnip out all by myself, but I'll let you help me." So the mouse grabbed hold of the cat grabbed hold of the dog grabbed hold of the daughter grabbed hold of the wife grabbed hold of the farmer grabbed hold of the turnip. And they pulled and they pulled and they pulled, and out came the turnip. And the moral of the story is, if people help each other, who knows what they can do? Even a little mouse can make a big difference. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Miss Julie from the Livonia Public Library, and today we're reading The Adventures of Beagle, the Unimaginary Friend by Dan Santat, published by Little Brown and Company. He was born on an island far away where imaginary friends were created. Here they lived and played, each eagerly waiting to be imagined by a real child. Every night he stood under the stars, hoping for his turn to be picked by a child and given a special name. He waited for many nights, but his turn never came. His mind filled with thoughts of all the amazing things that were keeping his friend from imagining him. So rather than waiting, he did the unimaginable. He sailed through unknown waters and faced many scary things. But thinking about his friend gave him the courage to journey on, until he reached the real world. The real world was a strange place. No kids were eating cake, no one stopped to hear the music, and everyone needed nap time. Then he finally saw something familiar, so he followed. He had a good feeling about this place, but he looked everywhere and he could not find his friend. He climbed to the top of a tree and looked out, wishing and hoping his friend would come. But no one came. He thought about how far he'd come and how long he'd waited and felt very sad. Then he heard a noise below. "Hello!" Her face was friendly and familiar, and there was something about her that felt just right. At first, they weren't sure what to do. Neither of them had made a friend before, but after a little while, they realized they were perfect together. Beagle and Alice had many new adventures. They shared their snacks. They told funny jokes. The world began to feel a little less strange. And together, they did the unimaginable. The end.
Best friends by Margaret Chodos Irvine. Claire and Mary are best friends. Every day when they get to preschool, they give each other great big hugs. They sit together at story time. When they go outside to play, they always hold hands. You are my best friend, Claire tells Mary. You are my best friend too, Mary tells Claire. But today is Mary's birthday. Mary gets big hugs from everybody. She sits next to the teacher at story time. And when it's time to go outside, Mary gets to be first in line. Claire has to wait her turn. At snack time, there's a party for Mary. There are cupcakes with pink frosting, and pink sprinkles are on top. Everyone sings happy birthday to Mary, and Mary gets to wear a golden birthday crown. At playtime, Claire says, if it was my birthday, I would have yellow cupcakes with yellow sprinkles. Yellow is prettier than plain old pink. Mary looks down at her pink dress, pink socks, pink shoes, and pink underpants. You're not nice, Mary tells Claire. You're not either, Claire tells Mary. I'm mad at you, yells Mary. I'm mad at you more, yells Claire. You are not my friend, they say. So Mary goes and plays with Caitlin, and Claire goes and plays with Ben. But after nap time, Claire draws a picture. Mary and Claire, it says on the picture, with a cake. Claire gives it to Mary. Happy birthday, Mary, says Claire. Mary looks at the picture. Let's build a teddy bear castle, says Mary. We can take turns being teddy bear queen. Shiny gold is really the best color of all, Mary says, and Claire agrees. When it's time to go home, they give each other great big hugs. You are my best friend, Claire tells Mary. You are my best friend too, Mary tells Claire. See you tomorrow, they say to each other. The end.
Okay, thank you. All right, I usually start these presentations by asking how many veterans do we have here today? Okay, thank you for your service. How many Vietnam veterans? Welcome home, brother. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to talk to you today about a very special memorial that has had a significant impact on Americans. This presentation began, I started to formulate it several years ago when I was asked to make a veterans presentation on Veterans Day in the city park in Birmingham, and I talked about something that I knew about and experienced, and that is how poorly veterans are treated when they return from the Vietnam War, and the healing effect that the wall has on veterans and others who visit, including myself. How many of you are familiar with the situation with Vietnam veterans when they were returning from the war? Okay, yeah, this is a group that would remember it. I've given this to a few high school classes, and I really enjoyed educating them on that. So this motivated me to do some more research on the wall, and the more I learned, the more I appreciated its fascinating history. So I'm going to tell you the story about the wall that heals, and as I move along, note the following. One, how much the much abused Vietnam veterans built the wall themselves. 2, like the war was controversial. 3, the symbolism contained in the wall, and the profound impact it has had and continues to have on those who visit it. Here's a short timeline of the Vietnam War and protests. It's the entire Vietnam War on one slide, so you can probably take a test after this. I'm going to summarize it, though. The first U.S. soldier killed in action was in 1959 as the U.S. began to support the South Vietnamese government in its fight against Viet Cong insurgents supported by the North. Its long length, high U.S. casualties, over 58,000 dead, and doubts about its justification led to increased opposition among the U.S. citizenry. And I showed just a few examples of that opposition in red, and it sort of accelerated as the war dragged on with no clear victory in sight. So this opposition led to U.S. peace talks with the North and a peace treaty. After Congress cut off aid to South Vietnam in 1975, the North invaded and overran the South. So this is my I was there photo. This is taken in January 1968, just before the Tet Offensive. Myself and Lieutenant Doss were young lieutenants then. Well, it's nice to be young. We were advisors to the Republic of Vietnam 33rd Ranger Battalion at a fire base west of Saigon. Let's talk a little bit about those demonstrations. This is an anti-war demonstration in 1966, and there were a lot like this. The U.S. wasn't winning the war, and the casualty count kept growing. So instead of taking it out on Congress or the president, some Americans took it out on soldiers. Soldiers at that time were either draftees or volunteers who were willing to serve their country. They went to war, they did their job, they got shot at, and many were killed or wounded because their country asked them to serve. Returning home, they were often verbally abused and spat upon. At West Coast ports of entry, when they got back from the war, they were advised by their commanding officers to quickly change into civilian clothes. Some demonstrations were hostile and insulting to Vietnam soldiers. This anti-war demonstration down Fifth Avenue in New York City, note the Viet Cong flags there in the upper left-hand corner. For someone fighting for your country, there's nothing more insulting and damaging to morale than to see your fellow citizens flying the flag of the enemy. We Vietnam veterans like to say they painted the warrior with the same brush they painted the war, and it wasn't fair. I was an ROTC staff at Ohio State University. I hope you don't hold that against me. In 1969 and 1971, after returning from Vietnam, we had some serious anti-war riots then in Columbus, Ohio, May 1970. Most people really don't know about these riots because Kent State University, the situation there was going on in approximately the same time. This was at an annual parade and review of ROTC students. The prior one was canceled because of a serious riot that was in process at the time. Now this was a near riot, and we were. Hope this is right. Yeah. You see, we were given the one-finger salute by a lot of them. These probably all grew up to be doctors and lawyers, and we were pelted with all sorts of stuff. What do you think that is there? It's an egg. It's an egg, and that's a very, very good friend of mine, Major Garvin, and he was pelted with eggs. He continued on with his duties of supervising the parade, but he did ask the university to pay for his cleaning, and they did it. So, so things were kind of bad back then. Now, this is a couple sort of iconic slides that show you the fall of Saigon, April 29th, 30th, 1975. The U.S. government abandoned the Republic of Vietnam despite prior assurances of the support, including a written letter of support to the President of South Vietnam by President Nixon. Of course, when President Nixon had to leave office because of Watergate, that the promise was forgotten, essentially. So, as I said on my prior slide, Congress cut off aid, and the North invaded despite the peace treaty. They just drove on south, and Saigon fell. This was another blow to those Vietnam veterans who so valiantly fought for their country. When I left Vietnam in 1969, I thought the war was won. And then it just went steadily downhill as troops were withdrawn and Congress got involved. They started to listen to the protesters, and the rest is history. These are just two of my favorite slides from back then. I think a lot of you may have seen this slide. It's a helicopter evacuating South Vietnamese refugees and government workers, because of course their lives were threatened. And this is a rooftop in Saigon. It's not the U.S. Embassy like some people think. And this was another interesting photo. Any member of the South Vietnamese armed forces who was flying anything tried to fly them and their families out of the country. And the USS Oklahoma was sitting offshore. It was the flagship of the U.S. fleet at that time. And all of a sudden they look up, and there's this huge bunch of dots in the air coming towards them. It was South Vietnamese Army helicopters packed with their families and friends. But the USS Oklahoma had only one helicopter pad. So when one helicopter landed, they did the obvious thing. They pushed it overboard and welcomed the next one in. Now that's a whole story in itself about the Vietnamese fleeing the invasion from the north. I think I saw a number, hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese made it out alive during this time. So this negative reaction by many unthoughtful Americans led to the greeting from one Vietnam veteran to another, "Welcome home, brother." We did it back then, and we still do it now. If Americans wouldn't welcome their veterans home, the veterans would welcome home their brothers in arms. There was little interest in building a Vietnam memorial until Vietnam veterans themselves decided to build it. Now this is a story of patriotic and passionate veterans who fought valiantly in Vietnam and wanted to honor their brothers by building a memorial. Like the Vietnam War, however, the wall was initially controversial. The idea and plan for a Vietnam Veterans Memorial was conceived by Jan Scruggs. His picture is here, who volunteered for Vietnam as an enlisted man. He saw combat and was severely wounded. He said he was inspired by the film The Deer Hunter. Has anyone here seen The Deer Hunter? Oh, yeah, good. It's a 1978 American war drama about 3 steelworkers from Pennsylvania and their service in the Vietnam War. And it was focused on the horrors of war and the problems they encountered when they returned home. In 1979, with Robert Dubeck, Jan Scruggs formed the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund. I'm going to call it the VVMF from here on, just to save time, as a nonprofit organization to establish the memorial to veterans of the Vietnam War, funded entirely from public contributions. He thought it would be easy to fund the project from the public. but according to a brief Associated Press report on July 5th, 1979, however, he had raised a grand total of $144. Here are the key VVMF leaders when the organization was just getting off the ground. And from left to right and then down. Robert Dubeck was a lawyer, a former Air Force intelligence officer who had been stationed in Da Nang, Vietnam. He helped JAM incorporate the VVMF as a nonprofit and became the VVMF's executive director or second in command. Jack Wheeler to the right, West Point class of 1966, and a classmate of mine, and also a Vietnam veteran, read that article in the paper and decided this was a cause worth supporting. He volunteered to help Scruggs and became the VVMF's chairman. Jack had connection that Scruggs lacked. He had a family pedigree. A grandfather was a general in the Civil War. He had an MBA from Harvard, a law degree from Yale, and numerous well-connected friends and associates. Scruggs, Dubeck, and Wheeler are considered to be the three principal leaders and sort of like the founders of the effort to build the memorial. Now let me talk about that guy on the bottom. He's another classmate of mine. He also saw combat in Vietnam, Tom Carhart. He was severely wounded, and he became a key volunteer for the VVMF. At one point, they had run out of money and needed $31,000 to send out fundraising letters. Carhart knew the president of a bank in Washington, D.C., a West Point grad, paid him a visit and walked out with a personal unsecured loan of $45,000 to keep the project going. Now let's go through some of the key early non-Vietnam vet supporters. The VVMF worked real hard in bringing well-connected supporters to join the cause. In the upper left, we have Senator John Warner and his wife. Does anyone recognize his wife? Elizabeth Taylor. Oh, yes. John Warner was a Navy World War II veteran. He was a wealthy U.S. Senator from Virginia. James Webb, over in the upper right, Vietnam veteran, lawyer, author of the bestseller Fields of Fire, and numerous other books. He is a well-published author. He was later Secretary of the Navy and U.S. Senator from Virginia, later U.S. Senator from Virginia. Charles Mathias in the lower left, Navy World War II veteran, U.S. Senator from Maryland. And Ross Perot, everyone recognizes him, of course, 1953 Naval Academy grad, U.S. Navy veteran, founder and CEO of EDS. With Scruggs as president and Wheeler and chairman, the VVMF made slow but steady progress. In response to intense lobbying efforts by the VVMF and their friends, which I just took you through, on July 1st, 1980, Congress authorized 3 acres near the Lincoln Memorial for the Vietnam Memorial to be managed by the National Park Service. How many of you here have been to the wall? Oh, great. I love to see those hands. But this was a prime piece of Washington real estate, and it was a long, drawn-out battle with Congress to get those precious 3 acres authorized. And you see why it's prime territory here. Here's the White House, the Ellipse, the Washington Monument, the World War II Memorial, the Lincoln Memorial, and here's the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in what's called Constitution Gardens. So they had a site. Now they needed a design, and they did something that was rare for public monuments such as this. They announced a public design competition. Any architect or would-be architect anywhere could apply for a small fee and send in their recommended design. The first prize was $20,000, which in those days was pretty good money. There were 4 criteria, one being reflective and contemplative in character, 2, harmonize with its surroundings, because if you think of Constitution Gardens, it's a pretty landscaped area. It's quiet, peaceful, and whatever the monument was going to be, it had to harmonize with that. It must contain the names of those who had died in the war or who were still missing, MIAs, and it must make no political statement about the war. Back in 1980, there were still deep divisions in the country between those who had supported the war and those who had opposed the war, and the WWF did not want to stir that up. They wanted to be neutral. In March 31st, 1981, there were 1,421 designs submitted, occupying 35,000 square feet in an Air Force hangar, judged by a jury of 8 prestigious architects and art experts. Each entry was identified by number only to preserve the anonymity of the authors. By the way, one of the people who submitted a design was Tom Carhart, who knew absolutely nothing about art, nothing about the sculptures, and so he went to the library and he got a book called Anyone Can Sculpt, and he really did submit a pretty good model. He didn't win though. In May 1st, 1981, the jury unanimously selected a design by Maya Ying Lin, a 21-year-old Yale University architecture student from Athens, Ohio. There were 2 runners-up, very good, but the traditional. The judges were looking for a non-traditional design as it came out afterwards. The second runner-up was a sculpture of 3 combat soldiers, and we'll hear a little bit more about that later. Mylan's submission, it's really kind of difficult to understand without getting up close and talking about it and reading the words, which you can't read. In fact, I can't even read the words. I tried to blow it up, but I kind of figured it out. Maya Lin had sketched this design previously for a class in funeral architecture, and she got a B. It wasn't the traditional Washington, D.C. monument with statues and classical designs. There wasn't even an American flag. It consisted of a graceful V-shaped design with walls of polished black granite set into an embankment. The walls were highest in the center and then sloped towards the Lincoln Memorial at one end and the Washington Monument at the other end. I actually had to ask someone involved in this what that was. It's the Washington Monument, of course. And the impression that Maya Lin wanted to give here that the walls were extending into infinity. The names of all service personnel killed and missing in action would be listed in order of death, which was controversial in itself because people said, well, how are you going to find names if they're in chronological order and not alphabetical order? But they worked it out. Said Lin, these names, seemingly infinite in number, convey the sense of overwhelming numbers while unifying these individuals into a whole. So that was her basic theme. This, the judges in the WWF said they really couldn't take that prior slide to the public and say this is your new design. So they quickly put together this model, the scale model. The artist Maya Lin was a Chinese American born and raised in Athens, Ohio. She was described as American as apple pie, yet her Asian background and lack of any military service and lack of a real in-depth knowledge of the Vietnam War were later used to criticize her. Some even called her a communist. Now I've looked at various ways to summarize the huge fight that erupted once the design was made in the public, and the best way I could do it is just summarize it on the slide. So excuse this wordy slide. But when the sketch and the design was shown initially to the VVMF and then to the public, the reaction was mixed. Some praised it, like John Wheeler, people who knew something about art. Jan Scruggs said it looked like a bat, and when you go back to the prior slide or two, you know, it really does look like a bat. Key VVMF veterans and supporters criticized it, including Carhart. He was just incensed. Despite the lukewarm reception, Scruggs and Wheeler thought they had no choice but to support the design. The design easily received approval by the two bodies in Washington, D.C. who had to approve all of the monuments on the public grounds, and these were the D.C. Fine Arts Commission and the National Capital Planning Commission. Unfortunately, opposition to the design intensified. Ross Perot to Scruggs, you've made a big mistake. And this was something for New York intellectuals. I think we just heard something about New York lately. But James Webb, I've never in my wildest dreams imagined such a nihilistic slab of stone. I had to look up a definition of nihilistic. Tom Carhart, he actually went before the D.C. Fine Arts Committee dressed in his uniform with wearing his medals and made a long impassioned speech against the memorial, ending it up with, it's a black gash of shame and sorrow. But the D.C. Fine Arts Committee, to their credit, continued, approved it, or did not change their approval of the project. Secretary of the Interior James Watt refused to issue a building permit. However, there was a compromise in January 1982 at the invitation of Senator John Warner. The two sides met in an attempt to work out a compromise. The VVMF and its supporters were on one side of the room. The opponents were on the other side of the room. They were kind of yelling and screaming and shaking their fists at each other. After some shouting, retired General John Davidson, who had a high command in Vietnam a couple years earlier, and respected by all sides, and suggested a compromise based on a common thread: respect for the common soldier. And he said, "Why don't we add a statue?" Everyone liked the idea. Tom Carhart added, "If you're going to give us a statue, you've got to let's have an American flag." All agreed to the compromise. Reluctantly, Watt lifted the stop order in March 1982. In spite of the negative public comments that continued, especially from Carhart and Perot, the VVMF showed remarkable courage and dedication to its mission and soldiered on. So the daring, innovative, and controversial design moved forward. The American public voted with its heart and its wallet. Over $8 million was eventually raised, and the memorial was unstoppable. Now, I've read books about this, and there's whole chapters devoted to this one slide. So you're really getting the story here. On November 13th, 1982, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial was dedicated with music, prayers, a color guard, and over 150,000 people attending, including thousands of Vietnam veterans. Senator Mathias, Senator Warner, and Jan Scruggs were the main speakers. Jack Wheeler also spoke, and I sort of like this. His comment was brief. The memorial should serve as a major step in the process of healing the wounds of war. We ask for grace to face our past. I've got another photo of the dedication of the wall. The people were sort of blocked off. You see it on this slide here. They weren't allowed to approach the wall. They were just keeping a safe distance for safety purposes. But when When Jan Scruggs announced that the wall was officially open, the barriers were taken down, and thousands rushed in to begin to look for, touch, and recognize their loved ones. And I wasn't there at the time. I wish I had been, but what I'm told, it was an emotional moment for all that were there. Okay, let's go into the final touches to the memorial. As a result of the compromise, the three servicemen statue by Frederick Hart, who finished third in the competition, remember I mentioned that, and an American flag were dedicated November 11th, 1984. The middleman, this again is part of the symbolism. I said that you'll see throughout the discussion of the wall, and there's a lot of symbolism here. The middleman is clothed in typical Marine garb and is flanked by two men wearing U.S. Army uniforms, and wanting to portray the variations of the ethnic groups who fought in the war. Hart created the soldiers with different ethnic backgrounds in mind. The middleman is Caucasian, the man on the right is African American, and the man on the left is Hispanic. Opponents of the design were extremely upset that the statue and the flagpole were situated so far from the wall, and this was insisted upon by the VVMF and art experts, and by Maya Lin herself, because they all wanted the wall to stand by itself and not be obscured. They wanted it to be the focus. They didn't want a statue. They didn't want an American flag right there. The opponents wanted to put it right in the apex, where they come together with the walls. So I think, though, the eventual location is extremely appropriate. Visitors can see a unity between the statue and the wall. Three soldiers seem to be coming out of the trees, looking at the wall as if searching for the names of their fallen comrades. And there's a solemn feel that matches that of the wall. When I go to the wall, and I've gone there many times now, my wife has relatives back east, I always go along the wall, of course, but I always come behind the soldiers and just take a look this way. And I really love it. On November 11th, 1993, another statue designed by Glenna Goodacre was dedicated to honor women Vietnam veterans. It met with a lot of opposition at first. Many didn't believe a women's memorial was necessary or appropriate. The effort was led by U.S. Army Vietnam nurse Diane Carlson Evans, who formed the Vietnam Women's Memorial Foundation. It took 7 years of testimony before numerous federal commissions, lobbying, fundraising, and the congressional legislation, but it was finally dedicated in 1993. It shows three women nurses, and you really have to walk around it to really appreciate this statue. One is cradling a soldier. One is looking up, and one is kneeling and appears to be praying. Now, Goodacre really didn't say what these three women were doing, but the Vietnam veterans decided to figure out on their own, and they say it's really faith, hope, and charity. Here's faith, here's hope, and here's charity. In fact, if you go down to Vietnam Veterans chapter 9 on Woodward, right before the new arena going up, you'll see a big color mural of this on the wall of the building on the outside. There was a memorial plaque added a couple years later, and this is to honor veterans who died after the war. The 58,000 names on the wall are those who died during the war. So they died after the war as a result of injuries suffered in the Vietnam. And this was dedicated November 10th, 2004. It's at the northeast corner of the plaza surrounding the three soldier statue. This is an aerial view that shows all the pieces now. Here's the American flag. Here's the three soldiers statue. The three women Vietnam veterans are over here and underneath the trees. And these are kiosks where visitors can look up the names of their loved ones. Now this information is in alphabetical order, and then you're given the location on the wall, so you can easily find your friend or relative or loved one. Okay, the facts about the wall. You really have to understand how the wall is laid out to really, I think, grasp the true meaning of the wall. Here are the two walls going east and one going west. The names start at 1959, right here at the top of the first panel, and the names go down, and then as you walk to the east, you have to start up at the top and then down, top, down, going out to May 25th, 1968, panel 1E to 70E. Then you have to come around to 70 West. This is the side of the Lincoln Memorial, and you do the same process working down to 1975. And by referencing that printed registry that's in the kiosk, you can go in alphabetical order and find the exact location on the wall by panel number and line number. And something about the materials and dimensions. Two walls, each 246 feet, 9 inches long. Each wall 72 panels, 70 with names. 10.1 feet high in the center at the apex, 8 inches at each end. The stone is from Bangalore, India, fabricated in Bear, Vermont. Names etched in Memphis. You may ask, why did we bring in the granite from Bangalore, India? Well, it had to be black granite, according to Myelin's design, and it had to be extremely hard, so the etched names can withstand weathering, and also so it could be polished to a high sheen, because part of Lin's concept was for visitors to see their reflection in the wall. Here's a Vietnam veteran who wandered in, and I asked him to mark the apex here, and you see here is 1975 and 1959. The apex is very important symbolically. 1975 and 1959 meet, and it's called a wound that is closed and healing. I thought I'd take a photo. This is an actual photo which I cropped of the first and last names on the wall. The first one is Major Dale Bui, and he was a member of an advisory team, and he was killed in 1959 July when a Viet Cong sapper group penetrated the base and started blowing the things up. And he's on panel 1E, line 1. Second Lieutenant Richard Vandergeer was an Air Force second lieutenant piloting a helicopter. Now this is something that even I didn't know until I started to read up on this. You notice that he was killed on May 15th, 1975, after the last American troops had been withdrawn and after the fall of Saigon. So you say, well, why is his name on the wall? Well, he was engaged in the operation to rescue the SS Mayagays. Does anyone remember that? SS Mygaze. Okay, one of you do. This was a U.S. merchant marine ship that was hijacked by the Cambodian Khmer Rouge, and the U.S. launched an attempt to rescue them, and it was extremely bloody. As it turned out, the crew wasn't there; they were somewhere else, but they got the ship. And the ship was later, and the crew was later released. But Lieutenant Vandiger was killed. He's on panel W1, line 132. These are websites here at the bottom. The two main websites where you can click on them, and you can look for the name of someone who you know who was deceased in Vietnam. You get all kinds of information on them. I was looking for a classmate of mine, Hugh McGibbon, because an internet source I had initially looked at didn't have his name, and I knew he died, so I had to find him, and I did. But I used this to illustrate another important part of the wall and how to read it. And that is, if you are a known killed in action, you have a diamond after your name. If you're missing in action, like Joe Pringle here, there's a cross after your name. And if your remains are finally discovered, the cross is turned into a diamond. Little known fact. So this slide shows you a couple of things. First of all, it shows the view east towards the Washington Monument, and I've titled it "Reflections Bring Present and Past Together." When a visitor looks at the wall, his or her reflection can be seen simultaneously with the engraved names, which is meant to symbolically bring the past and present together. Again, symbology. The wall listed 58,191 names when completed in 1983. As of today, there are 58,307 names. The Department of Defense records just were continually updated. A lot of this information is on the handout I gave you. There are 736 names shown as missing in action, 1,256 originally at dedication, and the number of missing in action, of course, have come down as they have discovered remains. There are 8 service women's names on the wall. They're all nurses. Amazing as it may seem, there are 33 names on the wall that are still alive. But they're not included in the total of 58,307. The mistakes happen even when you're, as they do with the Department of Defense. There was a pathway along the wall where visitors walk, read the names, make a pencil rubbing, leave something, or pray. This is just a quick view west towards the Lincoln Memorial. And this is I like this. This is one of my favorite photos of the wall. And this gentleman here, I think, was obviously out running in the morning, and the sun is rising, the sprinklers are on, and he had the whole wall all to himself on this particular morning. The wall soon became one of the most popular memorials in Washington, D.C., receiving well over 3 million visitors each year. In 2007, it was ranked number 10 on the list of America's favorite architecture by the American Institute of Architects. Why is it so popular? There are many answers, but says Maya Lin, who maybe you should know, the Vietnam Memorial is a place where something happens within the viewer. And the following slides are about viewers, and we can only guess what is happening within them. This is one of the favorite activities that go on at the wall, and it's making an imprint of a loved one. The mementos left at the wall. This was an early phenomenon that really didn't occur at the other at the other memorials in the Washington, D.C. area. But it's been going on from the start, and it's going on now. Visitors leave flowers, military medals, personal notes, teddy bears, combat boots, a trumpet, drawings, messages left by children who never knew the soldiers. The first memento, though, was a Purple Heart tossed into the cement foundation as it was being poured. The veteran who was dressed in his uniform saluted, did an about face, and departed, and they still don't know who he was, but there's a Purple Heart in the foundation there. Just to give you an idea of the mementos that are left, liquor and 6 packs of beer were a favorite. For some reason, Vietnam soldiers liked Budweiser, and they liked Jack Daniel's Black. Maybe not because they were drinking it at the time, but because it reminded them about home. Here's a pair of combat boots with the Purple Heart, probably left by a military friend or comrade who actually served with him in Vietnam. War trophies. I've got to read this on my blown up version of that because I can't read it from here. This was written by a son of a Vietnam veteran deceased. Taken from a North Vietnamese soldier during the battle on Hill 875, November 19th through November 23rd, 1967. My father asked me to leave it at the wall for a reason known only to him. The description of this battle is simply hell on earth. I hope by leaving this at this great memorial gives Dad some peace. Thank you, vets. It's because of you we are free. By the way, this is Jan Scruggs, one of his favorite photos. He actually sent it to me. This is another one that I just recently picked up on my last trip. In fact, last year. I'll read it. Dear Grandpa, I would love to personally thank you for sacrificing your life for our country. Our country and our lives wouldn't be the way it is without the courage of you and your fellow troop members. He was in a cavalry unit. I wish I could have gotten to know you to learn all about you and your extraordinary life. Thank you so much for your incredible bravery, and I love you. Excuse me. Love, your granddaughter, Jessica. Here's a picture of park ranger preserving artifacts. Over 400,000 artifacts have been saved by the National Park Service catalog and stored in its storage facility in Maryland. You can see some of those in the current exhibit on the wall, like the photo of the liquor and the beer. In the Price of Freedom, it's an exhibit at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History. More of the artifacts will be displayed in a planned new visitor center at the wall, which I'm going to talk about. This is an interesting one. One morning in 1995, the curator of the artifact collection got an urgent call from a park ranger. Some fools have left a motorcycle at the wall. At first, the curator thought it was a joke. A group of Wisconsin veterans assembled a 1960s era chopper built piece by piece as a tribute to their fellow veterans. They didn't announce their arrival or ask them the permission. They didn't want to be told no. It just appeared during the 1995 Rolling Thunder event. The dog tames with the names of the 37 Wisconsin Vietnam missing in action personnel are hanging from the dog tags up here. Now, it received the same reverence probably more so, that all other artifacts left at the wall recede, although it's difficult to put it into a small plastic bag. The chopper is stored at the storage facility in Maryland with Wisconsin veterans awarded visitation rights. It is expected that the chopper will have a place of honor at the planned education center at the wall, which is soon to be built. Okay, I thought I would just come forward to the present and tell you a little bit about some of the key figures I just talked about. Lynn went on to design numerous highly acclaimed structures, including the Civil Rights Memorial in Montgomery, Alabama. She is recognized as one of the most prominent architectural designers in the last 50 years. Her focus was always on what the structure meant to the people viewing it and what emotions the space would create and what it would symbolize to the user. And she was right on there because of the emotions that it brings out in the viewer. In 2009, Maya Lin was awarded the National Medal of Arts by President Obama. Jan Scruggs, here he is in 2007. He was president of the VVMF until retiring in June 2015, so he really stuck with it. He's done an amazing job. He is an attorney, motivational speaker, and author of several books dealing with the Vietnam War and the wall, including To Heal a Nation, which was made into a television film in 1988. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund has continued to pursue its mission to preserve the legacy of the wall, promote healing, and educate about the impact of the Vietnam War. One of its key activities, which I hope some of you have seen, is the traveling wall that heals, a 1/2 scale replica of the wall that travels around the country. Anyone seen it here? Good? Yeah. I think I saw it in Dearborn. I think it was a year or two ago on the side of the Ford World Headquarters. Now, the VVMF they haven't sort of folded their tent because the war's built. They continue to do amazing work. And their present project is just amazing, and it is huge. At the urging of the VVMF in 2007, President Bush authorized the building of the Education Center at the wall. The Education Center, funded through VVMF raised donations, will be a special place where service to our nation is elevated and celebrated. The Education Center, down here, will show the pictures and tell the stories of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in Vietnam, provide a rich educational experience in the Vietnam War, show some of the hundreds of thousands of items left at the wall, and celebrate the values exhibited by America's service members in all wars. Target completion is 2019. The location is just across Henry Bacon Drive from the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, north of the Lincoln Memorial. The total cost is projected at $115 million, and they're about a third of the way there. In 2019, they hope it'll be dedicated. I got a couple more slides here. Many people don't know it, but there's a Vietnam War 50th anniversary commemoration underway. It was kicked off by President Obama in May 2012, and it will last until November 2025. And that's 13 years, and that's one definition of the length of the Vietnam War. This is the official seal and flag of the commemoration. In fact, the 50th anniversary was another thing that motivated me to put together this presentation. And in my own way, I'm working to increase the awareness of the 50th anniversary. By the way, for the commemoration, the war is assumed to have begun in 1962 with the commitment of significant troops to Vietnam began and ended in 1975 with the fall of Saigon and the episode with the SS Mayaguez. Okay, I'm going to sum it all up, and this is another one of my favorite slides. In my view, the wall is an amazing and fitting tribute to Vietnam veterans. Vanity Fair magazine said it is still far and away the greatest memorial of modern times, the most beautiful, the most heart-wrenching, the most subtle, and the most powerful. And as described in the Smithsonian's Vietnam Wall exhibit, veterans seek out the names of their buddies and families and friends and look for the names of loved ones. They mourn, remember, and come to terms. Others not searching for a name find a sense of enormity of the sacrifices made in Vietnam. Now, attitudes towards veterans have changed today compared with the Vietnam years and immediately afterwards, and I think it's because of the wall. And that because there was a feeling of guilt among Americans about how Vietnam veterans were treated. And today there's much more outward appreciation for all American veterans, and I think it's because of the wall. One more slide, and I want to make this a little more personal. And as a veteran, I agree that the wall is a place of remembering and healing. And when I visit, the wall focuses my thinking on the great loss represented by the names of over 58,000 servicemen and women, including 38 of my West Point classmates. I always have to hold back the tears. And why, after all my visits to the wall, do I still get emotional? I think it's because I regret their loss. But more importantly, I'm proud of them as soldiers, and proud and thankful that America recognizes and honors them in such a meaningful way. So thank you very much for being here, and I'll entertain any questions.
Hi, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan here, and I'm with Bill Joyner. You know, Livonia is proud to be part of America's 250th anniversary celebration with our Livonia Historical Society. And we invite you to join us on Wednesday, July the 8th at Livonia City Hall for an evening of history and community and hometown pride.
And as America all across the country is celebrating our 250th, Livonia is no different. We've got a picnic at 5:30. We have entertainment from 5:30 to 7. We have over 50 people dressed up in attire from the 1770s. This is a family outing, Mayor. We want people to come together in a show of unity. Livonia is celebrating the 250th anniversary.
Super, super exciting, Bill. This is going to really, like you say, be a chance for us to not just come together, but a chance for us to reflect on our nation's journey as we celebrate the values that continue to bring us together as a community, as neighborhoods, as friends, as families. So bring your family, bring your friends, right? Bring your lawn chairs, and most of all, bring your Livonia spirit.
And dress up to see the mayor dressed up in her 1776 attire.
It's going to be fun. So we want to thank a lot of the organizations that have helped us along the way to make this event possible. We're going to be thanking our Livonia Spree Committee. They're a big part of this, the Rotary AM and the PM group, Alpha USA, the Livonia Lions, the Livonia Civic Chorus, and our Symphony Brass Quintet. So we hope that we get a chance to see you there, celebrating America's 250th birthday, Livonia. Come on in and join us. This is going to be an extra special event, Bill. Thanks for helping bring it.
I look forward to it.
It's going to be fun.
Mrs. So what are you doing?
I'm working on programming. Summer reading is just around the corner, and I'm going to be ready. Oh, that's probably fine. That is not fine.
Penelope Rex, said Mrs. Noodleman, we don't eat our classmates. Please spit them out at once.
I have made a Jurassic mistake. If you want another fun adventure, sign up for the Summer Reading Challenge.
Unearth a story this summer at the library. Use your summer reading log to keep track of all your reading. Earn a reading badge for each hour you read or listen. Earn an activity badge for completing activities like attending a library event. We have a lot of fun events, doing the scavenger hunt, or telling the librarians a joke. Earn a free choice sticker for either reading, listening, or doing another activity. Collect 6 stickers by July 31st and you'll earn a free book, a certificate, and an entry into our grand prize raffle. Don't forget to register, it's super easy. Register online beginning June 1st. And if you have any questions, we can help you sign up at the library. Remember, no dinosaurs or librarians were harmed in the making of this video.
Early voting will take place at Livonia City Hall prior to the August primary. In-person early voting will increase activity in City Hall and the clerk's office. To help reduce congestion, residents are encouraged to limit non-essential visits during the early voting period, specifically July 27th to July 31st. Use online services whenever available. Call or email for assistance instead of visiting in person. Use document drop boxes when appropriate. Thank you for helping us maintain efficient service for voters and residents.
If you have turned on your tap recently and have noticed your water is discolored, do not panic. This can happen when sediment like iron or manganese is stirred up, often due to a nearby water main break or hydrant usage. While it may look unusual, the water is safe to use. If you are concerned, you may boil it for 10 minutes. Just avoid running hot water or washing clothes until it clears, as staining can occur. Once repairs are complete, clearing your water can be simple. Run cold water from the faucet closest to your water meter for about 30 seconds. If it is still discolored, wait about another 30 minutes to an hour and try this process again. Before using other faucets, let them run briefly to flush out any remaining sediment. When a water main break is confirmed, the city notifies nearby residents and businesses with door hangers or in-person notifications. Most repairs are completed within 3 to 6 hours, and crews work to keep water safe during and after repairs. If you notice bubbling water, low pressure, or discoloration, please report it right away through See-Click Fix or by contacting the Livonia Department of Public Works. Thank you for your patience, Livonia, while our crews are hard at work.
I'm Officer Kehoe, and I am your City of Livonia Animal Control Officer, and here we have Gus, the German Shepherd, here today to help us with an introduction on our new 24/7 microchip scanning station for all community. Inside the box here we have a microchip scanner that is universal for all microchips. If you're going to be scanning a pet that maybe you found running loose, we're going to start by turning it on here with the red button. Once you have the scanner on, you're going to press the red button in the center again and begin scanning the pet. We want to be sure to go down the back, down the legs. You don't need to make contact with the pet, just in the general area. And if a microchip is detected, you're going to read a number across the screen. Once we have that number, we're going to take out our smartphone. You're going to select the QR code on our sign, which will direct you to the universal microchip lookup. From here, we're going to scroll down and do microchip search. We'll enter in the number that is here on the screen of the scanner. And if the microchip is registered, it's going to come up with the microchip company and their contact information and phone number that you can then call, and they will provide you with the owner's phone number. If you do not find a microchip, you can contact Livonia Animal Control during our business hours or the police department for further assistance on where to take the pet. Once you're done with the scanner, we would greatly appreciate if you could just put it back inside our handy box here to keep it protected from the elements and secure the door. Thank you, Livonia, again. We appreciate you helping try to reunite lost pets with their owner and preventing them from entering the shelter.
The red spot of jam, the blue blob of paint, and the purple smudge of ink. But of course, we leave the black spot on his left ear because that's his fur. After his bath, dog climbs into bed and he has just 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The city of Livonia has a brush and branch chipper service. Brush and branches fall into two categories. The first category is brush and branches that are 4 feet or less. This service begins the last week of March and runs through the second week in December. Brush and branches that are 4 feet or less should be disposed of as yard waste on your regular trash collection day to be picked up by priority waste. Tie everything into bundles of 50 pounds or less. Up to 5 bundles per week may be placed out for disposal. Brush or branches may also be cut up and disposed of in paper compost bags or trash cans marked with a yard waste sticker. The second category of the brush and branch chipper service is brush and branches over 4 feet. This service begins the last week of March, but ends the first week in October. Brush branches and limbs longer than 4 feet in length and up to 4 inches in diameter should be stacked with the cut ends facing the street. Please do not place stumps, logs, vines, or roots out for disposal. From April through Memorial Weekend, crews will circulate through each residential neighborhood approximately every 15 working days. From Memorial Weekend through the beginning of October, service is request only. Request only service starts on the Tuesday following Memorial Day running through the first Friday of October. You can submit a request for service on the city website or call 734-466-2655. There is also a wood waste disposal drop-off site available on Glendale Avenue. This site is free to residents and accepts brush, branches, limbs, logs, roots, stumps, and vines. For all questions regarding the brush and branch chipper service and disposal services, you can again visit the city website or contact Public Works at 734-466-2655.
For decades, volunteers have helped make Livonia a stronger, more connected community. Now, we're excited to reintroduce the Livonia Office of Volunteer Energy. This is a renewed effort to connect residents with meaningful opportunities to serve, to support your neighbors, and to make a difference.
Whether you're interested in helping at city events, assisting community programs, or joining our community emergency response team, or volunteering with local nonprofit organizations, there's a place for you in our growing network.
You know, Livonia's had volunteerism since we were founded in 1835 as a township. And our first volunteer office of Livonia Office of Volunteer Energies was in the early 1970s. We continue to look to the future of volunteerism. We need your help. Livonia says there's room for you as a volunteer.
You know, nobody says it better than Bill Joyner. He's been involved with us from the very beginning on this project, so I love the chance that we're getting to bring you back here, Bill. We are ready to get everybody involved, so we want you to head on over to livonia.gov/1934 and complete the Become a Volunteer form. Together, we can turn compassion into action and keep Livonia strong and connected and full of that energy that you envisioned years and years ago.
And with 94,000 people living in Livonia, we certainly are looking forward to finding who you are and working with you.
Hi. I can tell. Hey.
Hey, Mom.
I can tell.
What's up, Uncle Dad?
I can tell. You've been driving high, haven't you?
I can tell. And if you didn't know, driving high is a DUI.
Hello, this is Cityscape, a regular vodcast featuring people, place, and ideas that impact our community. I'm Dan West with the Livonia Westland Chamber of Commerce. Today, we visit Bill Brown Ford, where there are significant projects in the works to expand and modernize its campus to build upon its standing as one of the nation's leading Ford dealerships. Bill Brown Ford has been a staple on Plymouth Road in Livonia since the mid-1950s and has grown into the nation's top-selling dealership of new Ford vehicles for most of this decade. The dealership employs nearly 300 people. Bill Brown started the business in 1914. The Brown family sold the dealership to the Penske Automotive Group in 2024, and the new owner has continued to invest in the operation. Penske purchased the Burton Manor banquet site, raised the building, and developed a secure parking lot for new car inventory. Last year, Bill Brown acquired property across Hubbard for additional new vehicle parking. Work crews are currently renovating and expanding another building behind the new lot on Hubbard to provide 38,000 square feet for a new service center, which is scheduled to open by the end of the summer. Future phases of the comprehensive redevelopment of the Bill Brown campus will produce an expanded parts department, more space for heavy line engine and transmission repairs, additional new car prep and detailing bays, and eventually a new sales center and showroom. And joining us today to discuss these projects is Mark Kaiser, the General Manager of Bill Brown. Mark, thanks for joining us today.
You bet. Thank you for having me.
Can you explain to us what it means to have that new parking? That's the one thing that you drive down Plymouth Road, you saw that the old building was torn, and you guys created a new lot for new cars. What does that mean to the operation?
That lot is going to allow us to provide a better sales experience for our customers. Historically, when a customer would want to come in and test drive a vehicle, they could wait upwards of 40 minutes to have a vehicle here because we had multiple lots throughout Livonia, and we would have to send a porter to go pick up the vehicle, bring it back, and then allow the customer to test drive. Now we have multiple vehicles of every model that we sell here right across the street, and so within a matter of minutes, we have vehicles ready for customers to test drive.
Now, right behind that lot, you guys got use of a building that you're working on right now. Can you talk about what that new service center is going to look like for customers here?
Well, it's going to be a state-of-the-art facility. Unlike anything in Livonia, customers are going to love it. We're going to have 2 service bays that customers can drive in on, a service drive, multiple service advisors, a state-of-the-art, beautiful waiting room for our customers with all the amenities. We're going to have 27 service bays. We're going to increase our service bays by a total of 10 with the new facility here. It's going to be just a wonderful experience for our customers.
And you're going to have some new technology to improve or speed up the process of getting cars repaired there.
Correct. We are going to go with a robot system that we're going to use to actually deliver parts to our technicians. We found that if we can keep our technicians in their service bay, we'll be able to repair cars quicker, more efficiently, so we want them to stay in their bay and not have to walk to the parts department to pick up parts. We're going to use these robots to bring the parts to our technicians.
What moved the Penske Group to make such a significant investment? I mean, this is a lot of money we're talking about with everything you guys got going, current phases, future phases. What drove the Penske Group to make such investments in this property?
When we purchased Bill Brown Ford in July of 2024, we saw the immediate need to improve our customer satisfaction scores. We historically have done a very nice job taking care of our customers and making them happy. Our customers are very loyal, but we always have room for improvement. And so that's the reason why we're making this investment, to improve on our sales experience and to improve on our service experience for our clients.
Will this lead to the creation of new jobs at this site? And if so, what type of skill sets are you looking for?
We're looking to hire service advisors and 10 more service technicians. So the service technicians could be Ford trained, they can be other brand trained, and then we bring them in and then we send them the Ford training, we pair them with Ford Master technicians. So we like to grow our own technicians and to really be able to give the best quality experience for our service customers.
Let's talk about the skilled trades jobs that you guys offer right here. Talk about what would be good for a young person to consider getting one of these technician jobs here at Bill Brown. Why should they pursue a job like that?
Becoming a service technician in this industry can be a very nice career choice for people. It's lucrative, it's fun, it's exciting, it's always evolving, it's always changing, it's never the same. And we have found that technicians, salespeople, service advisors, they really do very well and can really make this a career and not just a job.
Successful ones make north of $100,000 a year, correct?
Absolutely.
In this job. So,
yes, sir.
So, talk about how the industry is evolving when it comes to customer service and improving the experience for people looking to buy a new car. You know, what are some of the terms and how the industry is changing to make it better for customers?
I think there's 2 things that are really changing in our industry, and especially here at Bill Brown Ford. Number one is technology. These Ford, it's the #1 brand being sold in America today. And I believe it's because of the technology that Ford puts into our vehicles. Customers love it. There's more bells and whistles on these vehicles than there ever has been. And the other one is efficiency. It's important for a dealership to look at all aspects of our business as it pertains to our customers. So in being more efficient on our sales process, customers don't want to come in and spend a full day buying a vehicle. And the same thing on the service side of our business. They don't want to wait 8 hours to get an oil change, a tire rotation, or an alignment. So being more efficient, bringing in tools and people and processes to improve the cycle time for these types of repairs and the sales process really adds to customer loyalty.
So, well, Mark, I thank you for your time, finding some time for us. We look forward to all the stuff. I mean, you look at the full campus right here, and it's going to look really impressive here in a couple of years, and we look forward to the project coming to fruition.
Well, thank you very much.
So that's all we have for this edition of Cityscape. We thank you for finding time to watch us today, and we'll catch you again next time.
Hi, my name is Todd Zielinczyk, the city engineer for Livonia. You probably heard fix the damn roads, but you're wondering when the damn roads are going to open up. Well, welcome to construction season 2026. We have a very busy and aggressive schedule. Behind me, you'll see Newburgh Road at Ann Arbor Road that hopefully will be open up mid-June. We're bringing some well-needed relief to our residents and motorists in the area. This project that's under MDOT's jurisdiction involves $20 million worth of improvements, including the replacement of the Hines Roads Bridge overpass and the Middle Rouge River Bridge just west of that location. They will be improving the intersection at Ann Arbor Road at Newburgh with a new traffic signal, along with street lighting from the corridor between Newburgh Road and Plymouth Road, and a traffic signal at the intersection at Plymouth and Ann Arbor Road at Marketplace, just west of Marketplace. This road will be opening up mid-June. In addition to that, the City of Livonia is handling a $3.8 million reconstruction project on Newburgh Road where MDOT has left off. That includes from Ann Arbor Trail to Plymouth Road. Mark Anthony Contracting will perform concrete removal replacement, guardrail replacement, and traffic signal modernization on 0.47 mile stretch of Newburgh Road. Newburgh Road between Plymouth Road and Ann Arbor Trail will be reduced to one lane in each direction, with the motorists traveling on the southbound side of Newburgh Road, which began on March 30th. The traffic to eastbound Ann Arbor Trail and eastbound Ann Arbor Road will be closed. Motorists will need to follow detour signage to access Ann Arbor Trail east of Newburgh Road. The closure will last approximately 10 weeks. Then traffic will shift to the northbound side of Newburgh Road traveled lanes. Motorists are urged to find alternate routes to avoid this area. The project is anticipated to be completed by mid-September. Our concrete road construction contractor, Hard Rock Concrete, has started from the south side of the city, moving west and then north over the next 5 months to complete 17 street segments, totaling $5 million of work under the contract 26C. So far, he's completed Sunbury, Brentwood, Buckingham, Fremont, and is working on Parkdale and continuing through the next 12 segments of streets. Hard Rock also is completing road maintenance street segments contract 26J to replace selective slabs of deteriorated concrete roadways at 19 miscellaneous locations and at 6 street segments. The work for the concrete patching throughout the city is in the amount of $1.5 million. The asphalt repair program is set to rehabilitate 18 street segments with Nagel paving in the amount of $3.8 million. You can expect work on the first phase of streets between May 4th and July 3rd. A couple notable major streets to be of significance are on Harrison Road between Plymouth and West Chicago, along with Hartel, which is on the north side of Plymouth to the very end. In addition, the second phase of streets will be occurring from July 6th through August 22nd, include Boston Post Road, Priscilla Lane, Standish Avenue, and Wadsworth Avenue, along with Gita Avenue, Gita Court, and Riga Avenue. In addition, they'll be heading further west in Section 31 once hopefully Newburgh Road is opened up at mid-September for Hunters Park, Rosalinda Drive, and then continue on the last street, which would be Myrna, between Hubbard Road and Merriman, once the water main has been completed by the contractor. Please note that Wayne County is also working on other sizable projects throughout the city. The first being on Hagerty Road between 5 and 6 Mile, in which they are concrete patching the southbound lanes, and then will be milling the northbound lanes and placing 2 inches of new hot mix asphalt. In addition, they are currently working on Merriman Road between Plymouth and Joy, of which they are replacing the center turn lane along with the adjacent lanes of concrete patching that are deteriorated, with Florence Cement as their contractor. Additionally, later in the year, we're looking at Inkster Road between West Chicago and Plymouth for them to complete that rehabilitated street segment. Some of the infrastructure improvements that are not being done by the city but by Consumers Energy is on Middle Belt Road between 6 and 7 Mile. There are partial lane closures, so please be aware of this area as backups may occur. Moving on to traffic signal modernization projects. As part of improving our traffic safety in the city of Livonia, there'll be 2 intersections that will be modernized with new traffic signals: 5 Mile at Levan and Newburgh Road at Linden. Rawhorn Electric is the contractor for this project and will be doing intermittent lane closures at these locations throughout the day in order to complete those by mid-July. Moving on to water main replacements in the city of Livonia. We'll be looking at Myrna from Hubbard to Merriman Road, in which Brico Excavating is completing $689,000 of replacements for approximately a half mile of 8-inch water main using high-density polyethylene pipe. Our goal is to have this completed by mid-August, to have NAGO then come complete the street by mid-September for rehabilitation. In addition, Area 11 water main replacement project, which is on westbound Schoolcraft at Merriman Road, along with Merriman Road heading north to Linden, is a $2.7 million project by Murphy Pipeline Contractors. This project started May 4th and will be ongoing till late November. Finally, one of the biggest projects we have that MDOT is doing in the area is the M14 I-96 reconstruction between Newburgh Road and Sheldon Road. This requires traffic to be placed on the south side on the eastbound lanes, 2 lanes each direction, until its completion later this fall. As you can see behind me, the Hines Road Bridge was replaced last year as part of the MDOT $20 million improvement project. We're hopeful that by mid-June, this segment of roadway will be open up for motorists to enjoy. Remember, please slow down so that everyone can go home at night, and appreciate your patience as we look forward to the future rehabilitation of our new roads and traffic signal modernizations in the city of Livonia. If you have any further questions, please contact the engineering department at area code 734-466-2655, and have a safe summer.
Hi, Livonia. I'm the Livonia City Clerk, Lori Miller. No matter how you choose to vote, having a plan makes the process simple and stress-free. Your vote plays a meaningful role in Livonia's future. By preparing before Election Day, checking your polling location, choosing how you want to vote, and understanding the process, having a voting plan can ensure a smooth and confident voting experience. Being prepared with a plan makes sure you know when, where, and how you intend to vote. It reduces the chance of last-minute issues like long lines, schedule conflicts, or uncertainty about your polling location. Here's a quick guide to your voting options and what to expect. Absentee voting. If you prefer To vote from home, absentee voting is a convenient option available to all registered voters. To get started, simply submit an absentee ballot application through the clerk's office. Once your ballot arrives, you can complete it at your convenience and return it by mail, in person, or using a secure drop box. They are located throughout the community, one in front of City Hall and one also inside the lobby of City Hall. If you have already joined our permanent ballot list, your ballot will automatically be mailed to you. If you would like to join Livonia's application list to be mailed an application before each election, please indicate so on your completed application form. Just remember, follow all instructions carefully. Sign the outside of your ballot envelope and return your ballot before the polls close on Election Day. Absentee voting is secure, flexible, and a great way to vote on your schedule. If you would rather vote in person before Election Day, early voting might be right for you. Early voting. Early voting allows you to cast your ballot in person ahead of Election Day at the designated early voting location. Livonia uses a shared early voting site located here at City Hall where the process works just like it would on Election Day. You will check in, complete your ballot, and securely submit it here on site. Early voting hours are 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., 9 consecutive days before all state and federal elections. Early voting ends at 5:30 p.m. the Sunday immediately preceding Election Day. Accessible voting equipment is also available to ensure every voter can participate independently and privately. Your ballot remains private, secure, and protected, and once submitted, it cannot be traced back to you. Early voting is a great option if you want flexibility and the experience of voting in person without waiting until Election Day. Of course, many residents still choose to vote on Election Day itself. Voting on Election Day is a familiar and reliable option for many. The polls open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. Before heading out, be sure to check your voter information card to confirm your precinct and polling location. Once you arrive, you will be checked in, receive your ballot, and cast your vote using a secure tabulator. Accessible voting equipment is also available to ensure that every voter can participate independently and privately. No matter when you vote, the process is designed to be safe, secure, and straightforward. For the most accurate and up-to-date information on Election Day, the clerk's office is your trusted source. You may notice some updates to precincts and polling locations in recent years. Precinct consolidation. Livonia has streamlined its voting precincts to make the process more efficient for voters and staff. Precinct numbers and some polling locations may have changed, so it is important to review your voter information card and know where to go before Election Day. You may also visit the interactive precinct map at votelivonia.org. In addition, thanks to a careful review of voter trends, participation, and polling location accessibility, precinct consolidation carried out prior to the 2025 election cycle resulted in significant cost savings for the city. If you vote absentee or early, your process remains the same. These updates are designed to create smoother, more consistent voting experience throughout the city based on voter participation. And once voting is complete, you may start to see the results reported. Unofficial versus final results. After the polls close on Election Day, Results are released and updated as they come in from the precincts. These results are accurate, but they are not final. These initial numbers are considered unofficial while election materials continue to be counted, such as absentee ballots at our counting boards, and while election officials complete the necessary processes to ensure accuracy to account for every ballot. Over the next several days, Wayne County conducts the canvass of the election. This is a detailed review to ensure that every eligible vote is included and all ballots are counted correctly. During the canvass, officials verify precinct totals, review absentee and provisional ballots, and make sure all records match before finalizing results. This process takes time because accuracy is the priority. Once that process is complete, results are certified and become official. This is part of the system designed to ensure transparency, accuracy, and trust in every election. Thank you for taking the time to learn about your voting options. No matter which option works best for you, absentee, early, or on election day, your vote matters. We are committed to making the process simple, secure, and accessible. If you need guidance or have questions, please contact the clerk's office. We are here to help. And remember, you can always find reliable information at votelivonia.org. Thank you for being an engaged member of our community. Your participation makes a difference.
Hi everyone, I'm Paige, and this is another episode of Library Bites. Let's get to today's question. I just learned that the Livonia Public Library has a seed library. How does it work? Great question. The Livonia Public Library offers free seed packets to anyone with a library card. We have a variety of flower, food, and herb seeds for you to grow. Here's how it works. Stop by the seed library cabinet on the second floor of the Bennett Civic Center Library and choose up to 5 seed packets each month per household. You can check them out using a paper form or simply scan the QR code to fill out a quick online form. Then plant your seeds and watch your garden grow. When your plants produce new seed, harvest, clean, and dry them if you can. We welcome these donations back to the seed library so others can enjoy them too. We welcome seed donations from plants grown outside of the seed library as well, as long as they are heirloom, non-GMO, and non-hybrid seeds. Just drop your checkout forms and seed donations into the seed library mailbox. It's that easy. Free seeds, beautiful gardens, and a community that grows together. That's it for this episode of Library Bites. Got more questions? Drop them in the comments or stop by. We love showing off our library.
Mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Yeah, mama, rock me.
On this beautiful May afternoon, a good afternoon, and welcome to the new Livonia office for Hart Mortgage. And then, Wendy, what's the official name of your operation?
Hart Real Estate.
Hart Real Estate.
Powered by Lake Place Up.
So, we have 2 fine Livonia residents that have been in the business for a few years. They came together at the last grand opening we did for you folks back in Farmington a couple years ago when they put 3 businesses in one, and they had a chance to get this beautiful new, bigger building here for both of your operations here on Farmington Road in Livonia. Lindsay's been in the business for 24 years, started Hart in 2020. Wendy, you started in 2019, right, with your business in the real estate end. And together, you got people that know the area really well, made a lot of friends and continue to grow. I know Lindsay started in Canton, went to Farmington, and then to here. And again, you got a beautiful new building, and I'm glad you're showing it off today. More importantly, great weather to have an outdoor party for today as well. My cousin Michelle's part of Lindsay's team. Good to see you again. And then my younger brother, even though he doesn't look younger, is here as well. So thank you. Yes. He's doing massages later on. So anyway, nonetheless, it's great to have everybody here today. And now for the moment we all been waiting for. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go.
Hello, Livonia. My name is Ryan Farrell, Assistant Director of Public Works. Today, we're going to go over the process of your service line assessment. The longest part of getting into the house is actually talking to the residents and education piece. If there happens to be a lead line, you're going to educate the resident and you're going to give them an informational packet of the next steps and give them a water filter. I can tell by looking at it, just given years of experience, that the material is copper. If it was lead or galvanized, it'd have a gray color to it. Also, I'm going to walk through the process of how to do the online survey. If you were to do that route where you want us to come to your house, go to the city's website, pull up the link, take a photo of the meter, and take a picture of the service line coming through the floor. In the event you have paint on your water service line, you could take a key or a screwdriver, scrape away the paint, then you can see what the material is. I can see right here, this is a copper color, this is the copper line. If it was a gray color and soft, indenting the pipe, that would indicate you have a lead line. Or you could also do the magnet test. If you have a magnet and your magnet sticks, that's a galvanized pipe. In the event when you're doing your self-performance assessment, if you cannot determine the service line material yourself, or you believe it's lead or galvanized, now will be the time to schedule for an assessment by one of our DPW staff members. Check your pipes, Livonia. Visit checkyourpipeslivonia.org or call our hotline at 734-466-2019 today to learn more or schedule your free service line assessment.
I'm Bradley Kraft, and I'm a personal trainer here at the Livonia Kirksey Recreation Center. I'm happy to announce that we are offering personal training and small group personal training for adults who are on the autism spectrum. These workouts offer a variety of modifications and accommodations, ranging from physically scaled workouts to sensory inclusive environments, making fitness and wellness accessible to a wide variety of our clientele. Being a sibling of an adult who is on the autism spectrum, I know that there are limited resources in the health and wellness community offering accommodations for what they need. If you're interested in joining a small group personal training session or setting up a one-on-one session, please contact the Livonia Kirksey Recreation Center and ask to speak with Bradley Kraft. I'd love to work with you. Thank you and have a great day.
For the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Council Vice President Patrick Brockway.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to the 2043rd regular meeting of Livonia City Council. This is a voting meeting. Minutes of this meeting will be approved at the next regular meeting scheduled to be held on Monday, July 13th. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Vice President Brockway.
Here.
Councilmember McCullough.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Here.
Councilmember Persicone.
Here.
President Reed.
Here. We have 6 members present. Councilwoman Tashnik is in Alaska. All right, I will now entertain a motion for the minutes from the regular meeting of the City Council held on June 1st, 2026.
So move. Second.
Motion by McCullough, support by Brockway. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye, and the minutes pass 6-0. We will now move on to audience communication. The council has set aside 30 minutes for audience communication for items that are not on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes. You can come on down to. No, we just line up right at the podiums. Yep. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll try. My name is May Saba, and I'm a resident, of course, in Livonia. And I first want to thank you for all what you do for the city. And I have a problem with Easy Fiber. The other day, someone knocks at my door and say, I'm from Easy Fiber. We're going to start working on the public side of my sidewalk that belongs to the city and myself. And they said, oh, we're going to start digging there and so forth. I said, who gave you permission? They said the city of Livonia. You can ask them. So I was really bummed about that because they're going to make, I don't want their service. I don't want them to make holes even in the public side. So I called the city, I spoke to the engineer, she said, oh, we only give permits and we don't do anything else, if I remember correctly. And then it's up to the vendor, whoever it is. But that's a problem because if I didn't call or I didn't answer the door, they wouldn't have told me, they would have dug everything outside. And I was reading so many complaints about them and how they damaged the property. And then I called, the engineer told me somebody in the state. I called the state, they told me no. Called the FTC, I filed a complaint with the FTC. Even the company, the guy who gave me this, doesn't have the number, the correct address for the company, nothing of that sort, and only like his number. And then they also referred me to call the Attorney General in Michigan. So I'm going to do that, but first I need the address of the company so I can file the complaint online. This is not acceptable in my book, and I don't want them to be digging in I don't need their service, I don't want them to digging. And I think there should be a mechanism, a process for you, the city, to tell the residents that something like this is going to happen in the city. It shouldn't be, and nowadays you don't open doors, you don't do this for safety measures. So we have to be very careful, and we have to have a process in place for better communication with us, the residents. So that's my major one. But I have others, but it's okay.
Thank you. Mr. Zlinczyk, our engineer, ma'am, Mr. Zlinczyk, right here, right next to you, he can help you out.
Just to the chair, Council President, just real quick, did she receive a notification, a pamphlet from Easy Fiber? One of the first requirements as part of a permit is to make sure that they give pamphlets out to each resident to ensure that they're going to be working in the area. They went through the city clerk's office to get a Metro Act permit, which they are allowed to do obviously telecommunications in the city of Livonia within our right-of-way or easements, which we give approval. Unfortunately, whatever, we give them a permit to do that work as some are aerial, some are underground. But they should have received a pamphlet to describe the fact that they are doing work in the area. If they're not, make sure they call us and let us know, because that way we can have a serious talk with Easy Fiber. The second thing, if there's concerns, then you call the Michigan Public Service Commission to have a complaint against Easy Fiber in the future, along with, again, the Attorney General, whatever. But I'd be happy to have her call the engineering department, and we can provide Easy Fiber's address. You probably go online or Google it, and I think it's in Texas, but we can provide the exact address for Easy Fiber. Again, we can't disallow a permit unless it's not within our right-of-way easements. But unfortunately, it sounds like they may not got a notification. Sometimes they blow off the door, or they put it securely on the door hanger. So if there's an issue, please contact the engineering department for further information, but feel free to file a complaint against Michigan Public Service Commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I'll call the office.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Mila Pershina. I am a Northville resident, but I'm here on the behalf of the local Livonia business.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council President, members of Council. I'm a founder and a president of MP Global Foundation. We focus on life skill education for children. And I'm here tonight to share the story of family. It's about resilience, about community, about upcoming opportunity for Livonia people in the city to rally behind its own. Many of you may know James Gray, the owner of Impact Mentoring Jiu-Jitsu right here on Schoolcraft Road. For years, he's dedicated his life to teaching Livonia's youth and kids discipline, respect, and resilience through martial arts. Recently, James and his family have been hit with an extraordinary wave of challenges, and following severe automotive accident, James suffered injuries that severely impacted his ability to teach and run his academy. At this time, he and his family, wife, raising 6 children, they are homeschooled. 2 are with special needs, and 2 daughters recently diagnosed with diabetes, type 1 diabetes. When the community leader like this hits a hard times, it's, I think, our responsibility to lift them up. And that is why MP Global Foundation is hosting a Punch for a Purpose, a community-free, fun family day event, a fundraiser on Saturday, July 11th from 1 to raise funds for this amazing family. And it's right at Impact Mentoring. So it's going to be a massive celebration of community featuring interactive martial arts, face painting, balloons, bounce houses, food trucks. Admission, again, is entirely free, but we are raising funds to cover families' not just medical expenses, but also purchasing the new safety mats for his academy and recovering or possibly purchasing a new vehicle for a family as well. We want to make this a big event, and therefore we need also a grateful for Livonia City help. We hope to reach out to you and see if you can, through neighborhood newsletters, social platform, actually reach out to neighbors. We are looking for sponsors, food trucks, for anyone who can support the local businesses, or maybe Livonia City can support it any way it's possible. Again, the business is Impact Mentoring Jiu-Jitsu Studio. It's right on Schoolcraft Road, located in Livonia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 2 minutes, or 3 minutes.
Is the clock working?
Yep.
Okay.
It's very light, though.
Oh, yeah, because I couldn't see it when
I'm
she
not
was
sure
talking.
why. Yeah, but it is working.
Oh, man, okay. I'm not here to litigate the Spree fiasco, but I just wanted to publicly thank everybody that reached out to me from all over the country. I got calls, emails, over 54,000 views on my reel. And some of the folks said, hey, we'll see you at Music from the Heart. Well, no, I got canned from Music from the Heart, too. So that's not happening. But that's not why I'm here. I believe the administration is running a highly controlled marketing campaign ahead of the August 4th public safety millage. And it appears public resources are being used to help carry it out. The mayor and police chief are hosting an exclusive, according to this email, invitation-only dinner to promote their narrative to a hand-picked audience. What makes this especially troubling is how the event is being funded. We are told the dinner is being paid for through a community engagement grant. Let's be clear about what that means. Community engagement grants are funded with public dollars and are intended to support transparent, accessible outreach that benefits the entire community. Turning those funds into a catering budget for a closed-door, invitation-only event is a complete end runaround taxpayer accountability. It violates the spirit of public funding and raises serious questions about priorities and transparency. Who will be attending this dinner? Participants and graduates of the Livonia Citizens Police Academy. Residents are told this program exists to foster understanding, build trust, and strengthen relationship between law enforcement and the community. Those are worthy goals. But trust is not built through carefully managed messaging. Trust is built through accountability, and accountability only survives when it is exposed to scrutiny, criticism, and open debate. By screening out critics and limiting participation to a select audience, the administration has transformed what should be a public engagement effort into a curated public relations campaign. While everyday residents are facing rising costs, a chosen group of vetted participants is treated to a private dinner, given a sanitized insider perspective, and then sent back into the community as enthusiastic advocates for department priorities, budget requests, and ballot measures. This is not civic education. It is a tax-funded echo chamber designed to generate political leverage. If the police department policies are sound, they should be able to withstand tough questions from skeptics. If the administration's millage proposal is truly necessary, it should be debated openly before all residents, not marketed through a filtered ambassador program designed to amplify one side of the discussion. Real transparency invites dissent. It does not avoid it. When public dollars are used to fund private messaging opportunities for carefully selected audiences, taxpayers have every right to ask whether they are paying for community engagement or political advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. Yep, you're up. Yep. Name and address, please. You have 3 minutes.
I won't need the clock.
Okay.
Robert Malkowski, 16130 Edgewood Drive. This is the first meeting I've been to, so I don't know if this has been addressed or not, but I'm not too happy about there's a certain flag that is on Middle Belt Road, just south of Linden Road and north of 96. My concerns are for the kids that have to drive by there with their parents, and they're asking their parents. I'm sure you guys all know what the flag is. So what can be done about it, if anything? I've gone to the mayor's office twice and talked to an associate of the mayor's and saying that they have every right to fly that flag, even though it can be seen in public. So what can be done?
If we choose to respond, we will during council
Oh, I'm
comments.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Like I said, first meeting, so I don't know.
It's okay. We know what flag you're talking about.
I'm sure everybody does. But it's just discouraging that there's umpteen thousand cars that are going by there and that sign is, or that flag is still there. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Christopher Martin, Great State of Michigan. At the last council meeting, Martha spoke briefly about the budget increasing from 60 to 66%, and that was for police and fire. And I remember when it was 60%. She said that people are unaware that they think that it can just come out of the budget, the police and fire, and that the millage isn't really needed. Well, I'm one of those that think that way. Because I'm going to vote the millage down for the police and fire based on the fact that when this general fund went from 60 to 66%, there wasn't one individual that stood over there that worked for the city that didn't get whatever they wanted when they asked for council approval of whether it be a dump truck or a bulldozer or whatever it might be, an extra this or that. So I'm going to vote that down because that's the only way in my mind that the that council will be accountable to some degree to reject some of these things that are asked for that come over by directors and various city employees. Next thing I want to talk about is, and I mentioned this before, but it really is worth going and looking at, and that's the pavilion over at Rotary Park. That standing seam roof that was put up there is just very poorly done. And I'm an advocate of steel roofs as compared to, in certain situations, as compared to asphalt, fiberglass, or especially wooden cedar shakes. So from the individual who put that up, okay, I don't think they really knew what they were doing. They could have looked on the computer and looked and seen how to install a standing seam roof. A couple meetings ago, John Pastor was very proud of the fact that not only was he a residential builder, I'm looking at the time.
No, I'm
Okay.
just making sure it's working.
Yeah,
It's my
well,
first time doing
I'll
it.
let you know when it stops. So John was very proud of the fact that not only was he a residential builder, but he was a commercial builder. Now, there's no way that John would have paid for that on his own over there if that was the work that he was given by somebody. And we shouldn't pay for that either.
That is time. Thank you, sir. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Denise Micah, Livonia. I too am concerned about the June 16th event at St. Mary's. This is almost like a deja vu of what happened last year with Vote No against the millage. I'm all for police and fire, but using this grant, and if they serve alcohol, grant money should not be used for alcohol either. I don't know if people have thought this through, but I've seen the correspondence, and I think it's just suspect how they're going about doing this, and I think it's not being transparent, and it's just another tactic by the administration to circumvent some of the rules, and people are watching. I mean, we were scrutinized, Vote No. Last year, people complained about our finances and everything, and we had gotten guidance from the county and everything, but got different information. But we will be looking at this because this, I don't think, is a good thing to do, and it just looks suspect. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Greg Ralco, Golf Ridge Villa. It was funny what you just said, somebody just said when that gentleman, 2 gentlemen ago, spoke, that if someone chooses to bring up the topic during discussion, it won't be brought up. I don't remember this council ever bringing up a topic after it's been mentioned by someone in the audience communication. And we would like that. We would like it because we'd like to see the open exchange between you council members and where you stand on issues and how you defend what you're standing on. I came a couple months ago and I asked a simple question. Why is the city rigorously responding to and defending their position on the appeals that have been filed by the residents against the 8 Mile and Newburgh corner? As I reminded everybody here, the city council voted 5-2 no against rezoning that corner in January of 2025. I spoke to Carter before the ZBA meeting, and I asked Carter what I didn't know anything about the ZBA, and he said, "Don't worry about the ZBA, quote unquote. They never go against what the city council rules on." And yet they did, and I think their vote was 6-1, if I'm not mistaken. And they did it under obviously dubious circumstances. So then when the city or the residents file an appeal, why don't you stand up for what it is that you voted for or voted against? We still have 5 votes against that corner. So who's telling Carter, when Carter was here, that he should rigorously defend the actions essentially of the ZBA in that appellate court or that appellate matter? All the city had to do is just say, we're not going to defend that. We're going to stand by what our city council did and said, and there would have been a judgment rendered in favor of the residents. But that didn't happen. So those matters, as we all know, are in appeal, going to appeal. There was not defensible actions on the ZBA. Everybody knows it, and they went against what you had decided when you didn't want to rezone that property. So I would like for you to discuss that in front of us. Somebody bring it up and talk about it. And where do you stand? Because it's wrong and you know it.
That is time. Any other audience communication? Okay, we will jump right into council comments. I just want to give an update on the agenda. Item number 15, the Finance and Budget report, or Finance and Budget Committee report. We're going to push that to the July meeting because Councilwoman Tashnik wants to give that report. So item number 15 is removed from the agenda. Any council? Ms. Budzinski?
In reference to public comments that was made, if the council president would mind, through the chair to the city attorney, could you talk about flags on private property, and are they protected by the First Amendment, or what is the situation surrounding that?
Yeah, 2 prongs. Generally speaking, the First Amendment applies even when we don't like the message. It doesn't just only apply to messages we like. The Supreme Court has made it clear that we can only regulate time, place, and manner of speech. We cannot regulate its content. When the first complaint came to the city, inspection brought it to my attention. I asked inspection, is there anything wrong with the manner in which this is mounted? Space, location, and all that. We can't discuss the content, but they've reported to me that there is, in terms of its location and place and manner, it's fine. The only objection people have is to its content, and the city of Livonia, as an arm of the government, is prohibited by the First Amendment of the United States to regulate against content.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then just a couple of event notices. One, Schoolcraft College is having an Experience Schoolcraft open house event on Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. It's a really cool event that starts at the Vista Tech Center. There'll be interactive displays, 20-minute presentations for various areas of study: manufacturing, high school dual enrollment, financial aid, career services, transfer options, guided tours, hands-on simulations at the various labs, walking tours. So just if you are thinking about going back to school, if you have a young person in your life who's thinking about it, it's a great opportunity to see the campus and learn about the services that are offered there. Also at Schoolcraft College on Saturday is the annual Pride event that they host from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's on the main campus. And then Wilson Barn has Farmers Market opening day on Saturday. Greenleaf Commission is also hosting its native plant sale at the Farmers Market from 9 to 2. So lots happening in Livonia as usual.
Thank you. Anything? Okay. Anything over here? Mr. McCullough?
Thank you. I recently made a post about some of the deficiencies at the rec center. I want to tell everybody that did follow that post that there has been a lot of history to that, and I do want to apologize for anybody that does currently have a membership. We did spend a lot of money, and I'm actively still looking to get in response on any of the condition updates. I recently rejoined, we've been members, but I recently started going the last 3 weeks because I decided to accept a position to play ball hockey in Prague, which I'm probably going to break the rest of my body, but that is fine. And it's not the best thing when you walk in. It really isn't, especially about the money we put in there. I will tell you this on the other side of things, that the building and a lot of the amenities that, if you haven't seen them, they're beautiful. It's just these little things that keep nagging need to be addressed. And so I wanted to put a little bit context behind that post because a lot of people only see one side of it. And I wish professionally to show the rest of the iceberg, but I won't. But I'm hoping now that things will get fixed over there because membership costs money and it is an amenity to our city. And it's a place really that is incredible. Honestly, if you haven't seen it, go tour it. It's just know that we got to do better on some of the broken windows there. So thank you for the time just to explain a little bit more on my rationale on that. And hopefully those things will get fixed and everybody can enjoy the rec center. We know problems are going to arise, but some of them are chronic problems that have lasted upwards of 5 years. So that's why I made the case. Thanks.
Ms. McDonald, do you have anything?
No, not today.
All right, so we will move right into our consent agenda. Items 1 through 12 on the consent agenda will be voted on as one item. These items were previously discussed at the study meeting that took place on June 1st, 2026, and determined to be non-controversial. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Persicone, support by McCullough. Any comments from the audience? Good evening, sir. Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Christopher Martin, great state of Michigan. This is in reference to number 11. It's your appointment, Council President Daniel Steele, to the ZBA. My suggestion before this individual was even discussed a couple of meetings ago was to ask Lucas McGrail to see if he had an interest, and that's because he ran for council a number of years ago with myself and Steve King. He's an architect, has a builder's license, and he's a building inspector for the city of Detroit. That guy would have fit in a lot better than the vast majority of people that have sat there for years. And so, as I mentioned the first time around on this, I don't know if he was even interested in the job, but I definitely would have offered him a job. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye, and the consent agenda passes 6-0. Item number 13, this is an update. This is Senior Citizens, Families, and Environment Committee meeting of May 20th, 2026 for the subject matter of urban environmental concerns and the subject matter of senior citizen needs and construction of the new Newburgh senior housing. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to give an update on the committee meeting that we had back on May 20th. First off, our Senior Citizens, Families, and Environment Committee, this meeting was held on May 20th, 2026, here in the auditorium. Members that were present were myself, Carrie Budzinski, Vice Chair, and Patrick Brockway, member. Nobody was absent. Council or city officials present. Council member Brandon McCullough, Eric Goldstein, City Attorney, Madison Bergerdnes, Housing Director, Erica Smith, Government Affairs Director. Anyway, we had a discussion. First item was the urban environmental concerns, and the committee meeting commenced at 7 p.m. And a lot of items were discussed, and several audience members asked questions regarding environmental concerns. A discussion took place regarding Racer Trust and Ford Motor Transmission Plant's environmental issues, and Councilmember Budzinski offered to have law department to draft a resolution for subject matter of both Racer Trust and Ford Motor Company to go to the Senior Citizens, Families, and Environmental Committee. Councilmember McCullough asked City Attorney Eric Goldstein for updates on resolutions requested by Council. And the committee recommends that the law department to draft a resolution putting the subject matter of racer trust in the Senior Citizens, Families, and Environmental Committee, and for the Law Department to draft a resolution putting the subject matter of Ford Motor Transmission Plant in Senior Citizens, Families, and Environmental Committee. That item will remain in committee and is to be put on today's agenda. Second item was the discussion on the Newburgh Senior Housing, which is currently called Golden Elks. And Madison Housing Director gave an update regarding Golden Oaks Housing, noting that the following information. The cost of the project is approximately $27 million, and which will be funded through state and federal funds. It will have approximately 100 units. Currently in financing and design phase, which will take approximately about a year to complete. Construction phase, 2 years to complete, totaling 3 years for total project completion. The residents at Newburgh Village have been notified of the project and the timeline. A resident commented that residents of Silver Village and Newburgh Village do not have trash carts and leave trash outside on pickup for pickup in bags on the curb, suggesting that a shared bin would be shared within for the residents. More affordable housing was discussed, with $27 million needed to fund Golden Oaks project. Councilmember McCullough asked about the status of the funding for the project. He also asked about funding overages and options for contingency funding. And Councilmember Budzinski explained that the Housing Department is a unique and separate entity and not directly part of the city. She asked the city attorney for an explanation on how the Housing Commission is managed. City Attorney Goldstein further clarified specifics laid out in the statute of the state of Michigan regarding housing program and housing commissions, also stating the Housing Department is not required to go to council for spending funds. Vice President Brockway asked about contact information for residents, and that information they could reach out to Madison, and that they could reach her at 734-421-6450, extension 4, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Councilmember McDonald asked about the Golden Oaks property needing tree removal cleanup. Madison indicated that there were no plans currently, but should look into it. Residents also shared examples of the following: detriment to the residents by taking down the trees, property was left a mess by a contractor, poor treatment of the residents at Newburgh Village, inability to attend housing commission meetings, difficulty in finding the agendas, and no oversight on the housing commission. There's several items, of course. If you'd like me to complete them, I can. If not, all this information is on the City Council web page under our agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Budzinski?
Just as clarification, I think out of committee, it was a matter of I would be able to refer Racer Trust and the Ford Transmission Plant to Senior Citizens, Family, and Environment Committee, so it could be discussed further. I'm happy to put that motion forward.
Support.
Motion by Budzinski, support by McCullough. Any further comments on that one? Any comments from the audience?
Thank you.
This is just on the motion she just made to put the Razor Trust into that committee. So you're not commenting on that one?
No, I wanted to make a comment on the report.
Okay, we're going to vote on this motion first, and then we'll get to the audience. Thank you. Any comments from the audience on the motion to put the Racer Trust into the Senior Citizens and Family Committee? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. So that will be put into that committee. Anything further, Ms. Budzinski?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments from the audience on Ms. McDonald's report out? Name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Denise Micah, Livonia. I attended that meeting, and I'd like to just highlight a few things that we went to the budget meeting last week, and there was $1.8 million coming to, that was in the budget to Silver Village. So that was in the general fund. Why is the statement that they're totally separate? I still think we need oversight. They're using state and federal money. We should be able to see what's going on there. We don't know if they're using competitive bidding. We know PRDA is not. I went to that meeting last week, so we're concerned about that. And also, how is the Housing Commission paying for the new bathroom, the ADA bathroom at the library, which is kind of far away from senior housing? So that's where all these things just don't make sense. And I'd like council to really look at that closely, because it doesn't add up. So if it's in the budget, how come, well, they're not separate then? Some funding is, I get that, but some of it isn't. So we can't say it's 100%. And that's what we've been led to believe. But there's no transparency. And I've been to many housing meetings. And by the way, next Tuesday night, the Housing Commission meeting is at 6:30 at Newburgh Village. It's been moved because of Spree, because that road will be closed because of Spree next week. So I invite anybody to come and see for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on this topic? Mr. Brockway?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Nope, that's my time.
Your time's up. Okay.
All right. No, just in regards to the topic that was brought up for the trash bins located in Silver Village. We did get a response when we asked about trash pickup in that area from the housing director and from our government affairs director. Residents at Silver Village have multiple options for refuse. They have both curbside trash pickup and a dumpster. Currently, our lease does not permit the storage of garbage cans on residents' front porch areas. We have discussed the option of having a trash cart with several residents, and none of them were interested in that route, as the current option is easier for them to manage. There was a question that was brought up regarding, rat bait stations. Regarding the bait stations that were mentioned, these are simply for preventative maintenance. We take pest control seriously, and we want to make sure we're doing all we can to make sure residents are able to peacefully enjoy their unit. So that was a response from the housing director for the one inquiry that was brought up during that committee meeting.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Budzinski?
Yes, I just wanted to comment, our libraries obviously are important to me, and the situation going on there. CDBG funding generally, those are community development block grants that can be used for community projects. So that's a bucket of federal funding that comes to the city of Livonia, and it can be used for identified projects that meet certain criteria. So last year's funding was determined to be used for ADA compliant bathrooms at the Civic Center Library. Hopefully this year it'll be used for a new playground at Hillcrest Park in the northeast side of town. So those funds are community block grants. They're not tied to senior needs, just as a point of clarification.
Thank you. Ms. Persicone?
Thank you, Madam President. And a couple other things just to follow up on, Ms. Budzinski. With respect to the CDBG funds, that's a kind of, I'm going to just use the word subset. The Livonia Housing Commission oversees Live and Go, CDBG Grant Fund program, that overall program, which we receive roughly $800,000, $900,000 from the federal government. With respect to, there's a budget that's created that's reviewed at commission meetings. The financials are presented monthly at those meetings. So if anyone is curious about the monies that are being spent, that is all available online. And they do have the budget and the financials every month for McNamara, which is a separate fund. They have the enterprise fund for the city housing units, so Newburgh and Silver. Those financials are available, and also with CDBG grant funds, and they're all separate funds. We can't commingle monies, or I should say the Housing Commission cannot commingle. I said we, I was on the Housing Commission, but the funds cannot be commingled, and they do a very thorough job of accounting, and it's all available to be viewed. It is a very complex budgeting process because it involves federal money, state money, grant money, not grant money. So it's not simple to explain. I'm sure I'm just giving this as an oversight, but just to give people more information on it. So I would encourage you to go. The information's there, but just to kind of add on to that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from council? One last comment on this. You have 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. Patrick talked about the recycling bin and the residents. I talked to the residents as well, and nobody wants a 90-gallon recycling bin. I don't even have a 90-gallon. Those things are awful. The majority of the city doesn't want them. So what I'm suggesting is you plan for this at the next development. You build it in with landscaping. You plan ahead where these barrels can go, where they can be hidden. You have one per building, and you use 64-gallon ones. You don't want a 90-gallon one. There's a way to do it. And if you come by my house, I can show you exactly how I did it and how it works. But to just say, no, we're not going to do this and keep throwing trash bags out and letting all the vermin go. And as far as the, you're right, very complicated, the funding, unbelievably complicated. That's why transparency is so important, because it's so complicated. And if you go to those meetings, you have no clue what's going on. They don't say anything. Thank you.
Madam President, Jim Bigger, Livonia, Michigan. I'm on the website for the Housing Commission. I have a password to the website. I can't get into it because it's all blocked. So the Housing Commission is the only website links that are blocked on the Livonia homepage. I don't know why, but they are. So as unfortunately people say things are available, of all the places on the Livonia website, this is the only one that is constantly unavailable to people to see. I don't know why that is. I don't understand why that is. I would love to know what the secrecy is in the Housing Commission. I understand it must be, state secrets are in there. They're buried in there. Stuff must be hidden in there that people should not see because their eyes would burn. There's got to be reasons why, why it says login failed because number of sessions failed. Username, public minutes. I put my name in, it doesn't work in there. I'm signed into the website. I don't get it. I just don't understand. This is the only spot in Livonia where I can't do that. It doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 14, Economic Development Strategic Planning and Technology Committee meeting of June 3rd, 2026. Item A, the subject matter of data centers and attendant zoning related issues, and item B, the subject matter of limiting the number of gas stations and car washes within the city. Ms. Budzinski.
Hi, thank you. As noted, this meeting was held on June 3rd. Committee members were present, myself, Vice President Brockway, Councilwoman Eileen McDonnell, and also Council President Reed, City Attorney Goldstein, Assistant City Attorney Sidney Rogers, Planning Director Mark Termina, and Government Affairs Director Erica Smith. This is a slightly lengthy summary, so again, it is in Civic Clerk. I'm going to just kind of give a high-level overview so folks understand that where we're at on this. At our meeting in February, Council had directed the law department to look at doing a moratorium for both data centers and car washes. In that time, City Attorney Goldstein investigated moratoriums and how they stood up against legal challenges and asked to have a separate, an additional meeting to go over his findings and make recommendations for how council can move forward. Through his research, he found that moratoriums face legal challenge. Moratorium. His drafted language is in our packet here, and it was recommended that we move forward with that language on that count. As far as how we address the issue of data centers here in our community, he noted that moratoriums are generally used to evaluate the threat of health, safety, and wellness to the public. When we were presenting it as an option, it was to buy time for the law department to draft an ordinance. That was put forward as a recommendation, high level, based on the German Energy Efficiency Act, and we wanted to give the law department time to craft that. Again, Mr. Goldstein spent time to research kind of what is the best course of action moving forward, and recommends that as a first step, we make data centers a special use. That would require anyone who's looking to make a data center in Livonia have to come to council for a waiver and present, what their proposal is to us. So it was recommended by a committee member that that is the first step that we take in creating a special use ordinance for data centers. Both of those issues were put forward to go a referral to the Planning Commission directly so that they could evaluate it and we would save time. So it's my understanding that it's going directly to the Planning Commission for review. It would have a public hearing, then it would come to council, and then it would also have a public hearing before we vote on it. So we are acting as swiftly as we can on the issue of data centers, as we know that it is a concern for many in our community. As we learned more about the usage for moratoriums, it was determined that because there's already a special use requirement for gas stations and car washes in Livonia, at this time, there's no specific direction we are seeking to take on that issue, and it remains in committee. So that is an abbreviated summary of what happened at that meeting.
Thank you. Any comments from council on that one? All right. Moving on to item number 15, or unfinished business. Item number 15, this is a waiver petition 2026. That wasn't a motion. Item number 15 is a waiver petition 2026-03-02-11 submitted by Mason Rose Events, requesting waiver use approval to operate a banquet or event facility with occupancy of over 50 people at 37176 6 Mile Road, located at the northeast corner of Newburgh Road and 6 Mile Road in the southwest quarter of Section 8.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Persconi?
I'd like to offer an approving.
I'll support.
Motion by Persconi, support by McCullough. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience?
Madam Chair.
Ms.
Just as a
Budzinski?
point of clarification, I wasn't at the study, but I did watch it, so I know that at the time you guys had discussed requiring a licensed bartender and closing at 11 o'clock. Is that included in this motion, or do we need to make
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. Item number 15 passes 6-0. Moving on to item number 16, this is a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinance as amended, petition 2026-03-03-01, submitted by 7 Mile in Farmington Venture, LP, requesting to vacate the existing water main and scenic easements at 33500 7 Mile Road.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Budzinski, support by McDonald. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Just a point of information. Does this need a first read?
I believe
to
it does
clarify.
need a first read.
Motion for a first read.
There we go.
There.
I just wanted to see if Patrick could fall for it, and he did, and that's cool. I'm messing.
No. They're moved down. Oh, yes, correct. First reading, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Who gave the first reading? Budzinski? Okay, first reading by Budzinski.
Support.
Okay.
For that.
Thank you. Okay, any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Okay, moving on to item number 17. This is a roll call, proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to section 040 of Title 13, Chapter 8, Water Services Rates and Revenues to provide for changes in the water service consumption rates to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. A first reading was given by Councilmember Brandon McCullough on June 1st, 2026.
Madam President, I'd be happy to offer a second read.
Support.
Okay, second read by McCullough, support by Persconi, and we just jump right into vote now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Madam Clerk, or actually, any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway.
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski.
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye. Item number 17 passes 6-0. Item number 18, another roll call, proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to Section 050 of Title 13, Chapter 8, Water Service Rates and Revenues to provide changes in the water service consumption rates to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. And the first reading was given by Councilmember Martha Tashnik on June 1st, 2026.
Madam President?
Ms. Persicone?
I'd like to offer a second read and roll call vote.
Support.
Okay. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway?
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Bazinski?
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone?
Aye.
President Reed?
Aye. And item number 18 passes 6-0. Sorry, I messed up on my numbers because we pulled item 15. Item number 19, roll call. This is a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to Section 050 of Title 13, Chapter 28, Industrial Waste Surcharge to provide for changes in the industrial waste surcharge rate to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. A first reading was given by Councilmember Carrie Budzinski on June 1st, 2026.
I'd like to offer a second read.
Okay, second read by Budzinski.
Support.
Support by McDonald. Comments from council? Comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway?
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Bazinski?
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone?
Aye.
President Reed?
Aye. Item number 19 passes 6-0. Item number 20, roll call, proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to Section 120 of Title 13, Chapter 20, Livonia Sewage Disposal System to provide for changes to the sewer disposal and maintenance rates to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. A first reading was given by Council Vice President Patrick Brockway on June 1st, 2026.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Brockway?
offer a second read.
Okay.
Support.
Second read by Brockway, support by Budzinski. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway?
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Bazinski?
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone?
Aye.
President Reed?
Aye. Item number 20 passes 6-0. Okay, last one. Item number 21, roll call. Proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended to Section 130 of Title 13, Chapter 20, Livonia Sewage Disposal System to provide for changes to the special rates for designated uses to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1st, 2026. A first reading was given by Councilmember Eileen McDonald on June 1st, 2026.
Madam Chair,
Ms. McDonald?
I'd like to offer a second reading, please.
Support.
Okay, second read by McDonald, support by McCullough. Comments from council? Comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway?
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Bazinski?
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone?
Aye.
President Reed?
Aye. Item number 21 passes 6-0. Moving on to new business. This is a block party request. Item number 22, a block party request from Kelly Ambrosi to be held Saturday, July 11th, 2026 from 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Beatrice Street between Laurie and Barclay Streets. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Kelly Ambrosi. I live on Laurie Street in Livonia.
Okay, did you want to tell us a little bit about your party?
Yeah, it's just a small bit of road. It occupies 4 driveways. It's from yield sign to yield sign. One of those driveways is mine. Just a couple hours, 4 hours. It's for my 5-year-old's birthday party, and I just want to block off the road to keep it safe for kids. I have a really small backyard, so I kind of want to occupy the side of my yard that is along Beatrice.
Okay, thank you. And just so everyone's not confused, normally our block parties do go to the study first, but this came in after our last meeting, and it's happening before our next meeting. So that is why it is on the regular agenda for the first time. Council?
I'll offer an approving.
Support.
Motion by McCullough, support by Budzinski. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Vice President Brockway?
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Bazinski?
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone?
Aye.
President Reed?
Aye. And item number 22 passes 6-0. Have a great party.
Thank you.
Mr. Brockway, would you like the gavel?
Sure. Okay, we have
Sorry,
item.
I have to say, it's a spree item. That's why I'm recusing myself.
Item number 23, request to approve lease agreement, Livonia Anniversary Committee, Inc., in order to lease Ford Field Park for the purpose of hosting the Livonia Spree 76.
Good evening, Council. Kaylee Reed, 35922 Ladywood Street. I'm here on behalf of the Livonia Anniversary Committee. I'm the Executive Director of the Livonia Spree, and as I'm sure you're well aware, we open next Tuesday at 4 p.m. In the past, we have never had a lease agreement with the city, but in the past, we have also never seen the type of behavior that we are seeing at carnivals and festivals in the area. I'm sure you're all familiar with teen takeovers. So this type of lease agreement kind of gives the spree the grounds to ask people to leave. If they're misbehaving, it makes it a private event, so we can put our rules into place.
Excellent. Do I have anything for the council?
Yes, I'd like to offer a motion to approve.
Support.
Okay, we got motion by Budzinski, support by Persicone. Any other comments? Any public comments? Anybody from the audience? Oh, we got one. All right. Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Martin.
You have
Free
2
State
minutes.
Michigan. Thank you. Just a quick question here. Because we have this new entity now, if someone does get hurt there, does that eliminate suing the city, because this has now become a spin-off, a separate entity? So my question would be to Mr. Goldstein over there, okay? How that would occur. Someone gets injured and this committee can file for bankruptcy and that's the end of it? Or does the city still be involved for anyone injured over there? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski?
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone?
Aye.
Vice President Brockway?
Aye. Okay, the motion passes 5-0.
Thanks.
Okay, next up, we have item number 24, acceptance of quitclaim deed secured without monetary consideration from SOAV Homes Incorporated in order to obtain the necessary road right-of-way for parcel ID number 076-01-0072-004, Scone Court, in southeast quarter of Section 19.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Support.
So I got motion by Reed, support by McCullough. Any other council comments? Any public comments? Okay. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Budzinski?
Aye.
Councilmember Persicone?
Aye.
President Reed?
Aye.
Vice President Brockway?
Aye. Okay, and the motion passes 6-0. Okay, and that leads us to audience communication. If you have something to say and you haven't spoken at the beginning of the meeting, you have come up, say your name, address, and you got 3 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, three. Sorry, hold on
3
1
minutes.
second.
I'm waiting.
I hit the
I'm
wrong
waiting.
button. Okay.
Jim Bigger, Livonia, Michigan. With regards to grants, I don't know how the proposed law enforcement grant was given for the party that's going on, but my experience with state and federal grants is both exclude the use of the funds being spent for alcohol. Alcohol is an excluded expense, and I hope that the city people who are running that, being the police chief and the mayor, are not using those funds for alcohol, because if they are, that is against federal law and state law, and both would be held accountable if they were ever audited by the federal government or the state, and the city would be not looking very good if that were to happen. With regard to the question earlier about the wonderful flag that's flying on Middle Belt, I wondered what happened to the old obscenity rules that used to be here. I know you can't talk about speech, but obscenity has not gone away. The obscenity rules in the state of Michigan still outweigh what freedom of speech allows. There's the 3-prong Miller test that's out there. One of them that says, does it lack serious value? The work, when considered as a whole, completely lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. That sign certainly does not give us any value. Patently offensive. Okay, some part of the population probably doesn't find it offensive. I know there's a lot of cars that say that word on and are driving around. I find that offensive, but I guess a lot of other people don't. I mean, it's one thing to say it in the conversation, but to drive around on a vehicle or have it on a shirt, I find offensive. Appeals to Puritan interest. You know, when you apply your local standards, I mean, we don't run around saying those words. You certainly don't let everybody come in here saying every, you know, George Carlin, the 7 things you can't say on television around here. We don't allow that. But if I go by what I heard that you can't stop free speech, seriously, that means I can come in here and start saying every one of those words, even though they may be offensive to some people. That's my free speech. I think you have to couch it by maybe the city could send the person a letter saying, please remove your sign, your flag. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, saying that they've had a number of complaints. I think you could start doing something like that.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Jerry Karasinski, 19488 Bainbridge Avenue. There's been a lot of discussion about the renewal of the 2 city millages, public safety and senior services and cultural, and there's been a number of people that have felt that they would like to vote those items down and rely on the city to make up the revenue by spending money that perhaps would come from other funds. I think it would be important for the city to maybe have a session or 2. I certainly would offer to do that for anybody that has questions about the various funds the city has, how that money is used, what it's authorized for, and what it's authorized not to be for. So if we were to, for example, vote down the public safety millage, that would be a loss of approximately $10 million out of a $76 million general fund. What would we do to make up for the $10 million that's lost? What city services would we not fund for next year if we decided to prioritize public safety as we have for decades? I think this is a very important conversation that we should be having as a city with more specific examples than we can't fathom what would happen without it. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. All right, please state your name and address for the record.
Frank McDermott, Rayburn, Livonia, Michigan. Recently, Channel 7 had a news story on about the temporary ramp built to improve accessibility for people with physical disabilities. It was mentioned that the city paid $20,000 for that temporary ramp. And also an assistant engineer mentioned that a permanent fix could be made for the problem for $6,000 to $8,000. So I'm a little confused here. I'd like a clarification from someone. Did we pay $20,000 for a temporary ramp when we could have had a permanent solution to the problem for $6,000 to $8,000? Or did the assistant engineer misspeak? I would appreciate somebody providing clarification on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address for the record.
John Pastor, 33461 Capri Court. I also, too, want to remind people that absentee ballots are coming out here very shortly. I want to encourage people to vote in favor of the millage. And remember, the police, it's police and fire. Everybody, talks about the police, which is very important to me, but we also have to remember to not forget about the firemen that are out there. Also, secondly on that ballot is also a millage for the bus for SMART. And I would encourage a no vote on that because SMART, I don't even know if we can call it SMART because they have not done anything very smart from their inception. They have, 3% only comes from the bus riders, 3% revenue. 97% of the money is done by taxpayer. SMART is also in debt over $72 million in the hole in their pension fund. That's where it's going to be coming from us. And the average bus just has 3.8 riders. Remember, in Oakland County, they had a lot of broken promises. They had about 20 different routes that they promised that they didn't fulfill on. So I want to make sure that people are aware, until SMART can actually put something together that actually works for it, then I'm behind it. I have no problem with it. But right now, they are not doing their job. And remember, our millage for our bus system will still be there. So we're going to be paying for our bus system as well as SMART, and I don't think that that's very smart. The last thing, I'm excited, that spree's coming up. You go on the internet and you hear this poor gentleman saying that his band was taken off the agenda. And I said, you know what, he was there for a long time. I was just kind of concerned about that. But then when they started asking questions, they got rid of all the bands. They're all new bands there this year. So they're getting a new group of people and stuff. So, well, I thank him for the service that he has done for the spree, but I don't appreciate when he tries to turn it political. When he sits there and cries, poor me. They took me off the spree band because I talk at city council meetings. We all know that's BS. Just remember one thing. It just has to be said. It doesn't have to be true. Or for it to be true, it just has to be said. And that's what that gentleman loves to do, is give only half a story. So I encourage everybody to go to spree, enjoy their time, vote yes with the police and fire millage, and no on the SMART. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just go ahead and list your name and address for the record.
Sandra Raklinski, Vackery Lane, Livonia. In regards to the spree, and I understand there were some concerns with the teenagers, I was wondering if it would be a good idea to close the park like 9:30, the spree area, then you clear everybody out of that area, and then the fireworks come on, what, 10:15, and it would eliminate that teenage hanging around in the spree area causing disruption. Something to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other comments from the audience? Okay. Councilor Budzinski?
Yes, just quickly, as we talked about our budget and the upcoming millage, I just want to let people know that my next coffee hour is July 11th, which I believe is before our next council meeting. Councilwoman Tashnik, who is the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee and works very closely with the administration on the upcoming budget, will be my guest. So we will be doing a deep dive of the budget, answering any questions that folks have. So please come. It's 11 a.m. at the Civic Center Library, and there'll be Looney's Baker Donuts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from council?
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. We'll see you in about, what time you want?
At 8:20.
8:20. See you at 8:20.
McCullough.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Born and unborn.
Welcome back. This is the June 15th, 2026 study session of the Livonia City Council. This meeting sets the agenda for the 2044 regular meeting, which is a voting meeting that will take place on Monday, July 13th, where tonight's items will be officially voted on. We are just missing Councilwoman Tashnik tonight. We will start with our audience communication. The council has set aside 30 minutes for audience communication for items not on the agenda. Do we have any audience communication? Good evening, sir. Name and address, please. You have 3 minutes.
Steve Kane, Coventry Gardens. I have walked through construction sites my entire life. I have built, remodeled, or renovated every home I have ever owned, 10 and counting. When my children were growing up, they often came with me to admire the framing, the mechanical systems going into a new build. Construction is not a hobby for me, it's a calling. In all those years, I followed one simple rule. If a site was posted no trespassing or the door was locked, I stayed out. I never put myself or others in harm's way. That is why I was so surprised when allegations of trespassing and breaking and entering were leveled against me after I walked through the senior center construction site. At no time was a sign posted. I was never told, verbally or in writing, to stay out. This is what the sign should look like. This is on the Northville Downs project. Livonia didn't do that. If they had, I probably wouldn't be here today. Those allegations ultimately went nowhere. The breaking and entering claim disappeared. The trespassing charge was dismissed, yet the punishment remains. It is also worth noting that I was not alone when I walked through that site. Others were present. No reprimand was issued to anyone else. No police investigation, no facility ban except for me. The public record shows I was treated differently from anyone else who walked through the site. I have been issued a lifetime ban from the rec center and senior center, not for violence, not for misconduct, but because I have been an outspoken critic of the administration. A lifetime ban for speaking out. Before the ban, I played pickleball most days at the rec. I shared meals, laughter, and euchre with my peers at the senior center. For many of us at this stage of life, those connections are our lifeline, where we find friendship, purpose, and belonging. Those connections have been taken from me. I have no criminal record, yet I am prohibited from accessing taxpayer-funded public facilities that I help support through my own tax dollars. The continued restriction serves no legitimate public purpose. It is punitive, unsupported by the facts, and inconsistent with basic principles of fairness and due process. I would also ask you to consider this. The city employees principally responsible for initiating and advocating this matter are no longer employed by the city of Livonia. This council should not be left enforcing the personal grievances of former staff members. The Livonia City Charter, Chapter 4, Section 13, grants this council oversight authority over these facilities. I am respectfully asking you to exercise that authority, to investigate this ban, and to lift it. I am not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for the same right every resident has, to walk through the doors of my community rec center and senior center without fear of retaliation for my speech. I gave a formal request to Sarah. I'm hoping you'll put it in the committee of the whole and bring it up and do the right thing.
Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Christopher Martin, great state of Michigan. Talk a little bit about free speech. Big advocate of that. I've mentioned this numerous times in the past. Thing about free speech is that, matter of fact, George Carlin was brought up in his 7 words. And you can say every one of those 7 words right here. You can. And I remember seeing him years ago in the mid-'70s at the Royal Oak Music Theater, and he said them there. But you can say free speech right here. There was an opportunity here a couple of meetings ago. Gal didn't stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, that might offend some individuals. Okay, to me, I didn't really care for it, but I don't have any control over her. It's called free speech. She can do what she wants. A number of years ago, we actually had a councilman claimed to be a pretty religious guy. He wanted me to stand up for the prayer. There's no way I was going to stand up for no damn prayer. No way. It's a government building, and I told him that. This is not a temple. It's not a church. It's not a synagogue. It's nothing, okay, except a government building, okay, even though I was singled out for not standing up for a prayer. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in that stuff. But that doesn't stop me from, if somebody else wants to believe in that, that's fine. Go ahead. If that makes you a better person, go right ahead. Don't involve me in it, though. So anyway, that was basically what I wanted to talk about. Free speech, a flag or whatever being up. I came from a background working in factories, and I've seen a lot of stuff. And it really doesn't, that stuff just doesn't affect me one way or another, to be quite honest. And once again, that's what free speech is all about. It might be something that you don't like, but you shouldn't be able to necessarily stop somebody else from, that makes this country supposedly different from everyone else, is the ability to not participate or to express yourself in a different way than maybe what is people consider to be normal. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any other audience communication? All right, council. Oh, good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Greg Ralco, Golf Ridge Villa. Back in January of 2025, when the council voted no 5-2 to rezone the corner at 8 Mile in Newburgh, I went over to Farmington Hills and I talked to the legal department, and I got a copy of their new ordinance that they had just signed and put into place, limiting the number of new gas stations, new car washes, and auto service centers. In other words, if you wanted to open one in the city, you had to buy an existing one. I gave it to Carter, and I gave everyone a copy too. I said, you just voted no. You have obviously a concern. In that case, it was a rezoning concern, and the work's already been done for you from Farmington Hills. And the attorney would be willing to talk to Carter and understand what they went through in order to go ahead and implement the same thing. Recently in Warren, you may have read, the city council put an 8-month moratorium on car washes and gas stations. And the reason they had done that is that Sheetz opened. When they opened, they lowered their gas prices to a point where they had a mile traffic jam around the corner leading to Sheetz, and the city of Warren said, what do? We put this in the wrong place. And so the moratorium is in place while they study the ordinance that they plan to put in place to limit what? Car washes and gas stations. And so the work would have been done, the work has been done. All you need to talk to is your fellow citizens in these other cities, their legal department, their law department, and their city council. But these documents are already written, the work has already been done. And I believe too, the charter, our charter, has a provision in there that does give the city council unadulterated right to limit the number of car washes, or not car washes, I'm sorry, gas stations. So you already have that power. And I would hope that our legal department would advise you accordingly. But it seems like you always stumble on this. And now, after the barn door has been left open, you're going to run in and try to put all these ordinances in and restrict what it is that you should have restricted before, and then try to take a whole lot of credit for being answering the call of the citizens when you really should have done this before. It's comical to do it now, and it's I think quite frankly shameful.
Thank you. Any other audience communication? Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
33461 Capri Court, John Pastor. Oh boy. We start restricting all the gas station, car washes. Why don't we restrict housing? Why don't we restrict party stores or drugstores or restaurants? Every case that comes before this council is a restriction. You guys have the power to approve anything and everything at any time that you want. So you don't need to do anything else. I just, it's, you guys are fine for what you're doing. You got everything is done on a case-by-case basis, so I don't think you need to do anything. Regarding the flag that's on Middlebelt, go to the sign ordinance. Make it a sign. If it's a sign, businesses can't do that sign. We can't put signs on our lawns that are too big, for our council candidates and all that stuff. So maybe you can go look at it from that standpoint instead of free speech. And then for Mr. King, if he's supposedly this builder, this home builder, build all these jobs and all that stuff, then he knows better than to go on a construction site that's fenced off and all that stuff. He knows about OSHA, or he should know about OSHA. So please, when somebody sits there and does something wrong and then he comes up to you crying that he wants to get out of something that he did, You didn't, he did. He knew he was doing something wrong. So now he's paying for his consequences. So with that, last couple comments is vote yes for the police and fire millage, vote no on the SMART, and I thank you.
Thank you. Any other audience communication? Any comments from council? Ms. Persconi?
I just have one quick one. I thought I had something noted here. So with respect to the comments that were made regarding accessing the Housing Commission website, it is a limited user website because historically there's not that many visitors that visited that site. But in the last year or so, it has gotten a lot more traffic, which results in that error sign. So I do believe that it's a problem that can be fixed. So users aren't getting that error, and I'll be following up with the appropriate parties to see if we can make sure that when people log on, they can see the information that they need. It seems like it's a pretty simple fix, so I just wanted to give everyone an update. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? Ms. McDonald?
No. Thank you, President Reed. I just would like to bring up in reference to a comment that was made about the PDRA meeting last week that I was unable to attend, but I did attend the meeting the prior month. I looked up all authorities within a city, whether it be the PDRA, the Housing Commission, Parks and Rec. They have to follow all purchasing laws that are governed by the city of Livonia. So I would like all commissioners to take that in consideration when they're attending their meetings and to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from council? All right, let's jump right into the agenda. Item number 1, this is a block party request from Allison Adams to be held Saturday, July 18th, 2026 from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Flamingo Boulevard between Clarita Avenue and Pickford Street with a rain date of Saturday, August 1st, 2026. Is Ms. Adams here? Okay, council. Ms. Budzinski?
Just for the sake of consistency, when the petitioner isn't here, you generally put it on the regular with approving, denying.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Any comments from the audience? Okay, item number 1 will be on the regular agenda on July 13th, 2026. Item number 2, this is another block party request from Alex Quint to be held Saturday, August 15th, 2026 from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. between 9912 and 10,000 Fairfield Street with a rain date of Saturday, August 22nd, 2026. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Alex Quint, 11401 Fairfield.
Thank you. And would you like to tell us about your block party?
It's our 4th one. The last 3 have been a hit, and so it's usually from 4 to 9. We have music, food, bounce house. My wife is going to bring a foam guns or something. I don't know. So should be fun. Keep the kids entertained for a while.
Sounds good. Council?
I'd like to offer an approving on consent.
Okay. Any other comments from council? We have an approving from Ms. Budzinski on the consent. Any comments from the audience? All right, this will be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good day. Item number 3, another block party request. This comes from Aaron King to be held Saturday, August 22nd, 2026 from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Hampshire Road between 33204 Hampshire Road and 16126 Woodring Court.
Good evening, council members. I'm Madison. This is Aaron. We're from Wood Creek Farms, Livonia, right around the corner. And we're here to ask your permission to bring back the Wood Creek Farms block party. It'll be we have been kind of poked by some of our older members of the neighborhood. They talked about these wonderful block parties they used to have, and it got some of us young moms excited. So we want to bring it back, and we're hoping to learn from the past generation to connect the new generation with this block party.
Sounds fun. Council? Ms. Persconi?
I'm happy to offer an approving on consent.
Comments from council?
Do you know why is there a reason why it was stopped for many years? Is it like a huge, massive party that took down?
No, I don't think so. That's a great question. I do think it was just sort of the shift of generations. So there were a bunch of kids 20 years ago who are all grown and have moved on, but their parents are still in the neighborhood. And everybody loves Wood Creek Farms. People leave and they come back. So now I'm a new mom there. I've been there 4 years, and it's such a beautiful place. So us in our circle, we
There's
are
lots
just
of
like
new families,
Yeah,
so
there's
we
new
want to
families,
kind
there's
of
kids.
start.
That's super
So
cool.
we're trying to just connect
Good job for
everyone.
doing this,
I don't think
honestly.
Thank you. So well, we wish us luck.
Yeah,
Good
it's
luck.
gonna
You'll do
it's
great.
gonna be great.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Have fun, and you'll be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026.
Okay, wonderful.
Yep, you don't have to come back.
Oh, okay, cool. We're
Yeah.
good.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you, council. Have a wonderful evening.
You too. Item number 4, this is another block party request. This comes from Jasmine Rizorek to be held Saturday, August 22nd, 2026 from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Rayburn Street between William Street and Levan Road with a rain date of Saturday, September 5th, 2026. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Jasmine Wyzork. My address is 36770 Rayburn, and it is my second year hosting our block party. I want to say it might be close to the double digits that it's been going, but we're just looking to get together, cornhole, music, kid games, all that stuff.
Thank you. Council? Mr. Brockway?
Approving on consent.
Okay, any comments from council? Any comments from the audience? All right, this will be on the consent agenda on July 13th, 2026. Thank you. Item number 5, this is a request to extend waiver use approval to the new owner, Hyan Pai, in connection with petition 2019-04-02-07 in order to operate a massage establishment located on the west side of Middlebelt Road between Puritan Avenue and 6 Mile Road, 16345 Middlebelt, in the northeast quarter of Section 14. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Hyan Pai. As owner of Ocean Wellness for 7 years. I'm here for get approving for selling my business. For better understanding, and I brought my husband for help.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Doug Rands. The address is 16345 Middlebelt. My wife has some major health problems. She's been hospitalized twice. Both surgeries went poorly, and she experienced multi-month recoveries, and she's facing yet another one. So she's been unable to be on site with the business like she needs to be. And it's time for her to sell the business and semi-retire. We approached the council, I'm certain it's in the minutes somewhere, months ago. We thought we had a buyer. The buyer was exceptionally inexperienced when it came down to closing the deal and was unwilling to. And so we put the business back on the market. We've had multiple interests in the local area, Novi and Farmington, but those owners, those prospects are inexperienced and unlicensed, and we're just not comfortable with them. There's also been multiple interests from out of state, and we're not interested in having absentee owners. So we found Ms. Shin Yu is here tonight with the translator Stephanie Mann. Stephanie's a professional translator and works in the court system. So she's going to assist Shin Yu. But we believe that they're fully qualified to take over the existing business, and that's why we're requesting the transfer of the current waiver to continue Ocean Wellness.
Okay, thank you. Council?
Questions, comments?
Yep, council? Ms. Budzinski?
Yes, could you share about the qualifications for the new owner and staffing, kind of going over how?
I'll let her address that, but she does have a massage license. She lives in the community. She's worked as a therapist as well as managed a business, and I'll let her address her qualifications and staffing plans.
Thank you.
We hope that she will continue the current employees who are also in the business and supporting, or in the area and supporting their families. In one case, the woman is supporting a husband with dementia. So I'll let Shin Yu address that question.
Thank you. Ms. Persicone?
Yeah, I just said, how did you meet the proposed new tenant that you're looking, or I should say buyer? How did you, from working or?
It's a small community. So they have a discussion group online of owners. And so my wife listed the business, and I need to take care of my health. And rather than be an absentee owner, to see if there was interest in buying it. So again, we tried to focus on people that are local, legal, have families in the area, as opposed to the inexperienced, not in the area, absentee prospects.
Thank you. Any other questions for the current owner? Okay, so we'll ask our question to the prospective buyers.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council and Council President. My name is Stephanie Mann. I've been hired to translate whatever being talked or what she would like to say. But I wonder if it's okay with you to say, in order to save everybody's time, that he agreed for me to read an open, very brief statement to introduce
Sure,
her.
yep, go ahead.
Would that be okay? Okay, so I'm a legal resident of Michigan and have lived here for 4 years. I have a therapeutic massage license issued by the state of Michigan and have 10 years experience working as a masseuse or massage therapist and a couple years as a business manager. I follow the laws and my record is clean. That means I'm an upstanding resident. I wish to buy Ocean Wells from High-End Pie because it's an established business that has a very good reputation and in the community, and it's important to me to continue that tradition. And once I've been proved, hopefully that's the case of the transaction, I will hire workers that are legal residents and have a massage license and also live in the community. So buying Ocean Wells will let me make a better living for my families. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councilwoman Budzinski had a question, and I'll have her repeat it, please.
Yes, it was about your experience in owning a business. You know, the previous owner, if I'm not mistaken, owned another location in Livonia or was managing one. And then is your intention to maintain the current employees at the location? Or are you looking to change the current practices that are being done, you know? Are you looking to reimagine the business or maintain it as is as the new owner?
就你成为一个新的主人了，这么时候呢，你会不会想要重新换一个地址啊？因为或者是搬到别的地方，或是重新来整修你的门面啊，或是有新的政策，还是说你会继续原来的？继续原来。I will continue whatever's existing in the business.
And do you have prior experience owning a business and for how long?
所以呢，你之前有没有拥有任何的一个像类似的这样的店？如果有的话，有多少年？没有。None.
Will you have will you have someone on site or how do you intend to address the translation? You know, you have a translator with you tonight. I would think it's safe to say most people in Livonia and even some of our surrounding communities don't speak. Again, not to speak inappropriately, I don't know what version of Chinese you're speaking. So I use the word broadly. I understand it's not correct. But what is your plan to address the language barrier to make sure that you can communicate with customers as they come in, but also if there's interaction with the city moving forward, what is the plan there?
这样子的，你是有什么计划呢？因为你不会讲中文，你不会讲英文，然后大部分的社区人都不会讲英文，不会讲中文，所以呢，那你要怎么样跟以后店里的客人交通，或者是跟以后这个市区政府他们之间需要跟你联络啊，跟你有一些谈话的时候，你要怎么应付呢？
很简单的英语我还是会一些，简单按摩了这么多年，客人英语在按摩方面的客人啊，接待呀什么我都知道。
So okay, because of the several years of massage business experiences, basic terms or daily conversation, that's okay. I can handle that. And
接电话呀这些都没问题。
And even to pick up phones, you know, to know what kind of massage they want, there's no problem with that.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Just one more question on the staffing. How many employees do you expect to have? Again, are you keeping the current staff? If you're hiring new staff, are you looking to just hire broadly? What would be your practice of bringing in new employees as there's turnover or things like that? Do you have family in the area that you'd be hiring to help and support, or using a staffing company? Or
这样子就是说，你对于你会想要说用现在原有的员工呢，还是说你还要继续招更多的员工，还是怎么样？或者对于员工他们就是要怎么样？就是说如果有人要走啊等等这些，你有没有什么新的原则啊？这样子交接啊？
我不招了，就按照原来的员工。
I don't think. So.
就是原来的员工。
Okay,
有
so
一个就行了。
Okay, I don't have any plan to hire more employees. I'm going to use the existing employee. I think that's enough.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask someone in the back row to shut that back door? We can hear the radio or whatever's going on back there. I think it's out there.
Yes, my apologies. And if you wouldn't mind repeating the response.
She said she plans to retain the staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We could not
Are you
really
going to be
hear.
speaking some more? Maybe if you speak into the microphone.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council?
还有没有什么其他的问题
Okay, Ms. McDonald?
Thank you. I was wondering, how many people are on staff currently employed by you?
目前这个店里有几个员工
one.
Just one.
One plus yourself?
然后就加上你就两个。
Yeah.
Yeah, including me too. So.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Maybe
Ms. Persconi?
I just have one follow-up. We received a letter in our packet from a Sherry Lou. Who was that, and what was the purpose of that letter?
所以我们收到一封信从谢瑞如，这个是目的是什么？这个封信他是谁？或是为什么我们会收到这封信？我们等一下他也会来讲。
Hello again.
I think I'm best to address that. Sherry Lou is a real estate agent who was assisting the prior buyer in, she's been here multiple times before, in trying to close the deal the prior time. But she's a real estate agent, not experienced in what I would characterize as business transactions. And she was unable to work with the landlord and the insurance company in a way necessary to actually close the deal.
Got it. So that was from, you're the one that sent the email indicating that Sherry Lou is not part of this transaction.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I didn't
Okay.
know where that came into play.
Yeah, Sherry was representing the prior buyer who had limited English skills as well.
And you are not working with this person for this transaction?
Sherry Lou is not involved in this at all.
Okay, thank you for that.
I asked Stephanie to participate, or I introduced Stephanie to Shin Yu simply because Stephanie works in the court system, translator, and is not what I would characterize as a business advisor. So I felt that was a better resource to involve than bringing Sherry back into this.
And thank you for that
Okay.
explanation. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wiedzinski?
Hi. Thank you. And I know the owners presently have been before us, and you know, best wishes with the health concerns. I know it's been really stressful. And with that in mind, I'd just like to give council more time to kind of look over things with an approving and denying for the regular.
Okay. Any comments from council? Any comments from the audience on this item? Okay.
I'm sorry,
Ms. Persconi?
Would it be possible for the massage license and the qualifications of Ms. Shen to be provided to council to review? Because, you know, with respect to massage establishments in Livonia, we do tend to scrutinize them a little bit more. For the right reasons, because they're great establishments and we have great ones here in Livonia, and we take pride in that. So we just want to make sure we're maintaining that standard. So if we could please have information provided with respect to her credentials, her license, in particular her license, and perhaps maybe a list. It sounds like it's only going to be two. It sounds like it's only 2 employees right now, and it's going to just maintain to be 2 employees, but some sort of just breakdown of that information. That would be very helpful, so we can do what we need to do on our end.
How is she gonna send those information to you?
Is there a card over there for Sarah or any of us?
Council should have one.
Right on the dais.
Okay.
So our next meeting is July 13th, that this will be on the regular agenda for that. So you'll want to come back for that one.
Okay.
But if you could send this information beforehand so we can review it and add it to the agenda packet.
That sounds good.
She does have her license here if you'd like to take a look at it. Or
Okay, could you just like send a copy so we have it for the record?
Send it to Sarah?
Send it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so this will be on the regular agenda on July 13th,
July
2026.
13th, come back at the same time, 7 o'clock?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, moving on to item number 6. This is a request for consideration of a proposed ordinance amendment and to extend the existing pilot payment in lieu of taxes for Ziegler Place Senior Apartments. This comes from Stephen J. Reitman, Honigman LLP, to amend Chapter 3.12 Senior Citizens Housing Tax Exemption. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Scott Fry, Jonathan Rose Companies from Cleveland, Ohio, but here in Michigan often for our projects. So I represent Jonathan Rose Companies. We're founded in 1989 as a national developer of affordable and mixed income housing. At Ziegler specifically, the original developer went out of business and we stepped in to preserve their entire 47 property portfolio. We have held Ziegler Place since 2017, and we're now putting together the resources for a comprehensive rehabilitation with low-income housing tax credits. So I lead the team at Rose that's dedicated to this type of work. We've completed several similar projects in Michigan recently. The construction be handled by our in-house general contractor, Rose Community Builders, who has a headquarters here in Canton, Michigan. Ziegler Place, which I'm sure a lot of you know, was built in 1976. It is 153 apartments. Occupancy is restricted to low-income elderly residents. And our goal and the mission of Jonathan Rose Companies generally is to provide affordable rental housing and social services that allow seniors to age in place and maintain their independence. The scope of work that we've outlined with our architects and MISHTA for Ziegler Place is $8.8 million in hard costs, beginning from the building envelope, including the roof, the facade, the windows, and sliding glass doors, mechanical systems, which are reaching the end of their useful lives, particularly HVAC, plumbing, appliances, and electrical and fire safety. Much of this work is geared toward energy conservation, which will reduce the property's impact on city infrastructure. Kitchens and bathrooms will be fully remodeled, including new cabinets, hard surface countertops. ADA accessibility will be added with the addition of 8 UFAS units. Amenity spaces will be upgraded and will include new offices, a fitness center, a community kitchen, and the addition of a full-time resident service coordinator who will office on site. The service coordinator will work to connect residents with local services, which in addition to a full schedule of regular programming, includes things like helping residents sign up for Medicare, help with meals, housekeeping, arranging for traveling physicians to visit the property for medical screenings. It's an important resource and will be included in the property's operations. The project sources. A large first mortgage is difficult to size with restricted rents, so a pilot helps to keep expenses predictable and manageable throughout the life cycle of a project like Ziegler Place. And it allows us, importantly, to increase the size of the mortgage to do more work. The other source of funding are low-income housing tax credits, which are generated by our acquisition and rehabilitation expenditures and allocated. They're a federal subsidy allocated by the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. So the impact of a pilot is twofold. It provides operational stability and is necessary for new financing. We're requesting continuation of the pilot on the same terms, not a reduction and not a negative impact to the city budget. And our commitment in return for the city's continued support of Ziegler Place is to preserve the property as elderly affordable housing by extending the subsidy contract and adding formal deed restrictions for the next 30 years. We will improve the property by modernizing it, reducing energy consumption, providing social services, and creating a positive economic impact through local construction jobs and fees that the city will receive. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tormina, did you want to add to that?
No, I'll help answer.
Oh, okay. Just when you grab the mic, I thought you were ready to go.
Just prepared to assist in any questions.
Thank you. Council?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Buczynski?
Yeah, I think that this is a valuable upgrade to our community. I'm really excited to hear you talk about having kind of a social worker case manager on site. The council representative for Healthy Livonia, and in those meetings, representatives from Trinity Health have talked about kind of in some of our senior living facilities, the lack of that continued care and point person when somebody's back home really results in a lot of seniors having to be rehospitalized or facing additional challenges. So hopefully that this position will help alleviate some of the added stress on the residents living in Ziegler Place. So with that in mind, I'd like to refer this to the law department to prepare for first read. I believe that's not it.
No,
What-
I can help answer that question.
Mr. Tormina?
So this is, there are two parts to this request. There is an ordinance amendment, so it would be appropriate to ask for first read on the language changes to Chapter 3.12 of the Code of Ordinances. Secondarily, they're seeking an extension of the pilot to payment in lieu of taxes. So there will be two resolutions, or if you will, two items to bring forward to council, the first reading and then the approval of the extension of the pilot.
So it just goes on the regular, and they separate it.
Correct.
So I'm sorry, is that what you're?
Yes, that is what I'm trying.
I'm sorry, what we'll probably do is bring the extension of the pilot back at the time of second reading and a roll call vote. So you'll probably vote on those two items together. So at the July 13th meeting, we would have the ordinance ready for first reading, and then the subsequent meeting, we'd bring the two items for final adoption.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Anything else, Ms. Budzinski?
No, that's all.
Okay, Ms. Persicone?
Thank you. Yeah, is there any additional information available? And I don't know if this is a question directed through the chair to Mr. Tormina or to the petitioner with respect to the actual payments that the city's been receiving, because I know pilot's very common with subsidized housing and all of that, but what we've actually been receiving as a city and what we are projected to receive and what it looks like to make
We
sure.
could certainly get that information for you. It is 10%, which is on the high end of the annual shelter rents, the percentage of annual shelter rents that go towards the service charge. But the assessor and treasurer's office should have those numbers, and we can provide that to you prior to the next meeting.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for your presentation tonight. What is the time frame that you're looking at to complete the renovations and get everything complete for the residents?
Sure. So we submitted to MISTA back in March, as well as HUD. We're imminently anticipating HUD approvals within the next 30 to 60 days, and we're on MISTA's board docket for